This is a clip from a movie, My Dinner with Andre.
All right.
Why do you think that is? I mean, why is that? I mean, is it just because people are lazy today, or they're bored? I mean, are we just like bored, spoiled children who've just been lying in the bathtub all day, just playing with their plastic duck, and now they're just thinking, well, what can I do?
Okay, yes. We are bored. We're all bored now. But has it ever occurred to you, Wally, that the process that creates this boredom that we see in the world now may very well be a self-perpetuating, unconscious form of brainwashing created by a world totalitarian government based on money, and that all of this is much more dangerous than one thinks? And it's not just a question of individual survival, Wally, but that somebody who's bored is asleep, and somebody who's asleep will not say no? See, I keep meeting these people. I mean, just a few days ago, I met this man whom I greatly admire. He's a Swedish physicist, Gustav Bjornstrand, and he told me that he no longer watches television, he doesn't read newspapers, and he doesn't read magazines. He's completely cut them out of his life because he really does feel that we're living in some kind of Orwellian nightmare now, and that everything that you hear now contributes to turning you into a robot. When I was at Findhorn, I met this extraordinary English tree expert who had devoted his life to saving trees. Just got back from Washington, lobbying to save the redwoods. He's 84 years old. He always travels with a backpack because he never knows where he's going to be tomorrow. And when I met him at Findhorn, he said to me, "Where are you from?" And I said, "New York." He said, "New York, yes, that's a very interesting place. Do you know a lot of New Yorkers who keep talking about the fact that they want to leave but never do?" And I said, "Oh, yes." And he said, "Why do you think they don't leave?" I gave him different than our theories. He said, "Oh, I don't think it's that way at all." He said, "I think that New York is the new model for the new concentration camp, where the camp has been built by the inmates themselves, and the inmates are the guards, and they have this pride in this thing they've built. They've built their own prison, and so they exist in a state of schizophrenia, where they are both guards and prisoners, and as a result, they no longer have, having been lobotomized, the capacity to leave the prison they've made, or to even see it as a prison." And then he went into his pocket and he took out a seed for a tree, and he said, "This is a pine tree." He put it in my hand and he said, "Escape before it's too late." See, actually for 2 or 3 years now, Chiquita and I have had this very unpleasant feeling that we really should get out. And we really should feel like Jews in Germany in the late 30s. Get out of here. Of course, the problem is where to go, because it seems quite obvious that the whole world is going in the same direction. See, I think it's quite possible that the 1960s represented the last burst of the human being before he was extinguished, and that this is the beginning of the rest of the future now, that from now on there'll simply be all these robots walking around, feeling nothing, thinking nothing, and there'll be nobody left almost to remind them that there once was a species called a human being, with feelings and thoughts, and that history and memory are right now being erased, and soon nobody will really remember that life existed on the planet.
What's up? What's up, dwarf? What's going on, brown dwarf? Thank you for joining me. Hope you're still with me. It's going to be a wild ride, brother. I filmed all sorts of things. I don't even know what to think. It's an awful lot of work. It's an awful lot of work working through all the pictures. Anyways, it's a bizarre night. It's a bizarre night in which rather large insectoids, human insects with human heads, people, so many people in the trees, Bigfoot, and a whole bunch more. Which is, I filmed on the 7th and the 8th, and then, what is today's date? Today is the 11th. Yeah, so it takes a long time processing the images. First one will do this. This is a fascinating one. First time I really kind of looked at it. I knew there was something going on there. It's fascinating in the sense that it's like a very shadowy being. Maybe we might call it Bigfoot. With another one right here, there's a smaller one. This is his arm. It's blurry, right? Of course it's blurry. And it's also shadowy. And it's also spirits-like. Really wild, man. To film this. I filmed so many things. It turned out that I went to one of the most haunted places near me, probably within a mile and a half from where I'm sitting right now, west of me, due west. And it's a famous place for kids. I won't say the name of it. I'll call it GR. And although I'll probably slip up in them saying it anyways. But it's famous for, partying. It's a country road just outside of town with lots of stream runs through it. And country farm fields. And damn, the things I filmed there. I had no idea I was going to be in the second most haunted place. Okay, this is how this is working out for me. This past couple months. So last month I went to Secor Park. Secor Park has allegedly, it turns out, I didn't even know this either. I didn't know that this is like the most haunted place in Northwest Ohio and the highest place in Northwest Ohio. Wolfinger. That's what it's called. Wolfinger Cemetery. I think it started in 1830 something. Anyways, that's what the park where I filmed the flying knife in the air and all the other entities. Well, then I went to this road. And when I turned down it, I just felt, man, when I was driving down the main drag, going somewhere completely different. Actually, I was planning on going to Oak Openings, where I filmed some great images that you guys saw. If you paid attention to my last live, you would have saw the things that look like Bigfoot and all that. Anyways, but I saw this side road in the woods that was set back of 50 yards plus, and I knew there was a stream running through there, and I was just looking at that, and I wonder what would be down there. Well, it turns out that road is the second most haunted place, maybe even the most haunted place in my area, as they claim. And not only that, the number of entities I filmed there, including, I believe it was this as well. If it's the 7th, which is, I believe that's what it is. And I mean, yeah. Let's just get into it. Because I don't know if he's the main attraction. Because it's going to be nothing compared to what I'm going to share with you today. Dresses in the trees. Women in dresses in the trees. When I started this 6 years ago, when it came to Bigfoot, it was about disproving it. I could have not disproved the existence of Sasquatch, Bigfoot, but it turns out there's a hell of a lot more going on in those trees and in those woods. And no one seems to want to talk about or doesn't know about, but we're going to learn about it. If you stick around with me, you're going to see things. So on the 7th, 4/7, so you might see better. You might not be able. It's this year, 2/23, 4/7, at 4:51 p.m. Eastern time. So I film this, and what I do is I just randomly film things and things that it's interesting. This little area too. It's almost like, I was talking to Jared from Sasquatch Confessions, and they found a place that's kind of like a nest. They call it a nest, and where they had kind of like this wall around of like logs and stuff like that. And I filmed this. I had no idea. I wouldn't even have thought of that until he brought it up. And I'm like, son of a gun, it's the same thing going on here. Anyways, so I filmed this. And so then, I look for oddities, anomalies, chateaus, things that just don't quite look right. So I look at this right here, and I'm like, well, it's either deep shade, which doesn't look like it should be deep shade. Not yet. In summertime or in a month it will be, but I look at it, you just really jet black like that, I'm going to look into that. And so we slowly look into this. And by the way, there's more than meets the eye. And this is just bizarre. And this is more confirmation for me, at least, that, I tell people that I've seen Bigfoot come out of a tree. I've seen Bigfoot go through a tree. And now we're going to see what looks like. It could be a trickster spirit. It could be deception. It's not me. I'm really a dullard and not that intelligent. So I'm not clever about manipulating the camera or film, which is probably a good thing for everybody involved. And no AI, no nothing. There's going to be a dude here that's hanging by his arms, and there's also going to be something accompanying it. And it's so bizarre. And I do have images if so requested. Oh, I should also do this. Anybody that so desires to join the conversation, I will leave a link and you can come join the conversation. If you don't, I understand as well. I got a hell of a lot to share tonight. So, anyways, so this thing, which I'm calling a Bigfoot or Ohio Grassman, and I know it's not what you're supposed to be seeing, right? You're supposed to be seeing something running around and this and that and the other. We're not supposed to be seeing something that's materializing out of a tree, right? Except that most, many different Native American cultures have been telling us that, but, they're too stupid to actually know what they're talking about. Well, it turns out that's not even close to being the case, and that we've been a little hoodwinked here a little bit, and, it's not telling the whole story. We're going to learn about a lot of the whole story tonight. Not the whole story, but a lot about this whole story. And it's going to be much more bizarre than anybody ever said. Now, the only thing I can think of is because of the quality of camera and the discipline of actually taking images and breaking them down. I know it's a lot more fun making a video, or just well, walking around in the woods and all that. But and it's cool, and it's part of the gig. It's not part of my gig, but I know it's part of everyone else's. Where they gotta trump around the woods, and hopefully at least they show you some tree structure, stuff like that. But I'm telling you, when I stopped that, or I never even really did it, but when I made a decision that I was going to go with being very specific and taking stills. Hey, Brown Dwarf is joining me.
How you doing? Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can, man. What's up, man?
Not much. Just enjoying the evening here. I'm at the shop, so if a customer comes in, I'll just hit the mute button and take care of it, and you'll see me dip out. But I'm
okay. You sure
man.
don't want to have them hear what I'm about to say?
Oh no, don't worry about it. It's all good, bro. We got you on the loudspeaker here, man. So cool.
Dude, this is pretty wild. So
cool.
I filmed this Thursday, and we're gonna look at this image, and we're gonna break it down. And it's just one of the many I'm gonna break down tonight. And I'm calling it. See, my experience with Bigfoot, how grassman, whatever the heck we have here. My experience is that they've come out of trees, they've gone through trees, they popped out of trees, popped out of the ground, right? I mean, that's just my experience. There's no point in me hiding it. And at times it look very, very physical. And this is a great example in my book of one that is kind of manifesting out of the tree, basically. And half of it's like an upper part in his arms look very solid, but as you go down to its legs and where its waist should be and all that, it's almost like it's embedded into the tree. And let's check it out. So this is what I was talking earlier that it's like weird. And I didn't even think about this, but it's kind of hard to see. But if you see, there's like a wall of like logs and trees and stuff that kind of makes like a circle. And this is a tree inside the circle, right?
Okay. I see that. And really quick, man, excuse me for interrupting. I seen some of the timestamps on your intro, and they're very interesting. And now that you're pointing this out, I do see what you're the subject there. That's pretty trippy.
It is pretty trippy, man. And it's been my experience, and there's no point in hiding it. It's just talk about it. It might actually help our fellow researchers and anybody else. So as I zoomed into it, I didn't even know I filmed it as usual. It just felt like a good place. That's how I operate, right? I just aim the camera, take the picture, right? That looks like a good place. That looks like a good place. And I have to be honest with you that I would say 90% of my images are worthless as far as finding this kind of stuff. I mean, they're beautiful. I don't know. Sometimes they're a beautiful scenery or trees and stuff like that. But Rick Hummer, the Rick Hummer that I've talked to that lives in Indiana, Rick joined us. Rick's a flat earther. I know.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Good evening, Rick. If he's a flat earther, okay, cool. Yeah, I don't get into that. People could believe.
No, he's into more stuff too. But he's an interesting fellow. The last person in the world I thought I would hear from is you, Rick. Well, you should join me. You're about to have one hell of a journey. It's going to rock your world. Guarantee you that. And don't tell me you've seen this stuff, because I know you haven't. In fact, I don't know if too many people are going to see what we're going to see, or at least have shared it with us. Or if they do know, they don't share it. So anyways, first thing is this. Well, there's two things. There's a thing that's manifesting out a tree here. It looks kind of like a Bigfoot. And then there's this entity right here, and we'll see the hands, the wrist, the arms, the elbow, even this strange looking face with an eye. and almost like genes. Now this goes on and on and on, the images that I filmed there. But let's just focus on this dude for now. So if we look here, as tradition has it, Bigfoot is supposed to have very long arms, right? And I don't, yeah, very long arms. And if you see, he's grabbing and he's reaching out and he's grabbing. One arm is grabbing this. Looks like this log, and the other one is a branch and so on here, right? So he goes down, and then here's his face.
I totally see it, man. I see
It's
it.
bizarre.
It looks strange, but I see what you're talking about, dude.
There's the nose. I now it's getting pixelated. There's the mouth. It even's got like almost like glasses. A human. It's almost like I wear glasses, and I wonder if when they saw me, as if it's a trickster spirit, if it decided that, yeah, that guy's wearing glasses. Maybe I can mimic him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it kind of
I'll
reminds
bet
me
you
of.
anything Rick has left.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
that's the reason why I left the flat earth movement too. Now I'll tell you the reason why. Is at the end of the day, you can't prove one way or the other what this place looks like because none of us have ever seen this place. And after you start seeing stuff like Bigfoot and all this other spirits, when to put too much trust in this the group of people that have lied to us about everything, you know what I mean? I'll wait till I see it. When it comes to that, what this place looks like, for all I know, it's shaped like a freaking pretzel. Honestly, I have no idea. And you are still here, man. My apologies. I guess I get a bit of a beef with you. You were supposed to do an interview with me and you blew me off. That was not cool of you, man. I went all the way to that convention and you blew me off, man. And I got MS and all that. I'm walking around on a cane, my kid. You kept blowing me off to play basketball. And you said you're going to do an interview. Anyways, I forgive you. It wasn't all that important anyways at the end of the day. This stuff might actually be more important. So we look at this stuff and you see like there's the upper body and then it just morphs into the tree. And you can see, and even the legs and all this, right? I mean, the feet, it even morphs into the tree. Almost starting to grab the tree. You can see there's the foot. And no, it's not pareidolia. Far from being pareidolia. Right? Would you agree?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's an actual being, but I totally see what you're saying. And I mean, I don't think. I mean, I don't know about altering video and footage and stuff like that, and I don't think you're doing anything like that, like maliciously. I
There's
mean,
nothing hanging there either. There's no somebody
it,
decided to put some kind of
it looks.
owl.
Yeah,
What I mean?
I was gonna say it looks like even like a cardboard cutout. Even that's how dark the shadow is to me. The way my eyes perceive it. But I have seen like bizarre stuff like this, and I've gotten weird anomalies that I believe in my videos, and a lot of this stuff is really really strange. So this is trippy stuff, and I love looking at stuff like this.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, just cool stuff.
Well, I guarantee it. Well, I swear by my left testicle that I did not. There's nothing hanging there. I did not alter
Yeah.
anything. And so whether it's a Bigfoot or not, that's up to debate. But it is something there, and it ain't freaking pareidolia. It's just pareidolia is when you have a couple of knobs in a tree, and the bark, and it makes it look like it's you know what I mean? It's an inanimate object that makes it look like there's a face. And right, I mean, in the bark. This is not. This can't even come close to that. Now, next to it, strangely enough, is this. Now, pay attention to this. That's literally a hand. You see the fingers. You can see the arm going there and the arm going there. And if you look up close, it's really difficult to see. But there's actually a face right here. 2 arms reaching out, like some lady in black pants. Like here's a gift for you. We'll pretend, or it's a Bigfoot, right? I know it's strange. So I mean, it's totally strange. But if you look then and look at the other one that we looked at, which is this one, where you can see like the very shadowy, dark figure. And how many times do I have to film this, right? Where there's a very shadowy figure that's hugged or grabbed around a tree.
Interesting.
I know,
I see it.
but it has shadowy, and I'm totally convinced that what we call Bigfoot is this interdimensional being.
Right.
They can cross dimensions and is also part of something I think has strong connection with the underworld and the middle world. We dwell in the middle world, according to some indigenous North American indigenous populations and their traditions. Right, there's this whole idea that the upper world, the middle world, and the lower world. The lower world being under the soil, water, that kind of stuff. Right.
Right.
It's Christians might call it Gehenna or hell. Right. Where
Okay.
is the ground where you're buried, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, then you got Dante's Inferno that bastardized the whole dang thing and convinced everybody they're burning in hell forever. But you know what? And I'm wondering if Bigfoot actually has a role to play in either guarding that division line between the underworld and the middle world, or there might also be a case that its job might be as well as to make sure that certain souls who belong or are part of the underworld go back. Does that make sense?
Right. Interesting. Yeah. And now that you mentioned that, of course, I believe it's Anubis, right? That's known for the underworld in the Egyptian Kemetic
Yes.
culture, right? And so there's your dog man, but yeah, interesting that you mentioned Sasquatch.
They both have certain roles to play in that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but that's interesting that you mentioned that. That's what came to my mind. So yeah, who knows? But yeah, good.
So I'm going to show you this. It's just so okay. So that's a time statement. It is 4:51 on the 7th. The next image is in the same minutes and probably within seconds. It's no longer there.
Okay.
That's the same spot.
All right.
So that, first of all, proves that my point that that was nothing hanging there as far as like a dowel or some kind of, you know what I mean? It's something
a cardboard cutout.
Right. There ain't no cardboard cutout. We go back to that. It's still 4:51, but just prior to it, just seconds before. That is there. And as you can see, I didn't move. And if I did move, it was an insignificant move. It was a foot or two at best. Not enough to influence this, right? Because the distance, I use P900, therefore I can zoom in, quite far, whereas you can't with like a cell phone. Although I guess the new cell phones, I guess you could, but they still wouldn't have the same kind of magnification power that a P900 or a P1000 would have. Just wouldn't have it. So that's that. and I'm showing it. I'm not. There's, you know, I guess you
Yeah.
could, like, I actually I don't even know how I'd be able to get into my phone and fake the timestamps.
um, also, what comes to mind, man, I don't know if you have seen, there was a piece of video that came out, I believe it was this year. It was out of Northern California as well. And I've been trying to, since it's in my area, I'm trying to pinpoint exactly, like, at least the county. And it's this video of this someone on a tractor, and they're like in a field, and this subject, uh, it leaps out of a tree, it looks like, and it darts off. And then so some people were saying it's a leaf, but it's the shape of a Bigfoot, and it's kind of has this dark, almost like the images that you're showing, man. It's really bizarre, and it has this weird little shape to it, but it does look very you can say squatchy or whatever, but it
Yeah,
looks
I
very.
mean, I'm totally convinced that the Native Americans were not BSing us and were telling us the truth. These things do come out of the truth. Now,
Oh,
it doesn't make any sense if you're basing it on our understanding of ecology, biology,
yeah,
how the living organisms live in the physical
definitely.
realm. But then we're going to have to deal with the whole possibility that we really are dealing with either that's something spiritual or maybe even bigger than that, and that is our um, interdimensional, ultra dimensional, as John Keel said over almost 50 years ago. He said they were ultra dimensional beings.
Yeah,
They
and
do
you
things
might
that
hear a little ice cream truck in the back. But yeah, going back to that video I was telling you about, it also does the, what people describe as the fluid motion when it walks, like the gliding. People describe it almost like a cross country skier type movement, and it's very almost like ghost like when it moves. And I found the video very interesting. So if you haven't seen that, man, I could get
I've
that too.
seen it. You
Oh,
talk
okay.
about you talk. Well, I think you're talking. I've seen several of like that. I've even seen one that actually jumps up on the tree, very spirit like. They call it a spirit, but when you look at it, it's like that looks just like a Sasquatch, but it doesn't have any feet. And what it does is it just jumps. It jumps just right up into the side of the tree. You don't actually see it. It just goes. And I'm like like I said, I believe they're in the trees, and a lot of other things are in the trees. And
Definitely. No, I'm glad you're touching on the trees, man. It's a big thing. I've heard a few more people talking about it, and I've heard talks about it before. I'm big on it. I'm big on trees. But yeah, actually, once again, going back to this other video that I'm telling you about, it actually jumps out of a tree and onto the ground and darts off. But I had gotten a hold. It was big on TikTok, and so I was able to get a hold of the young lady who posted the video.
oh, you did.
And yeah. So we got to talking, got to, get to know each other a little bit. She gave me permission to repost the video also onto TikTok. And actually, that now that she gave me, actually, I did put it on my YouTube Shorts. But anyway, she's like, I guess you could say she was, she's a recovering or recovered from, I guess, substance abuses and stuff like that. So she's like I don't think she's living in a sober home now, but did. So she seems like a pretty straight in her life these days, and I don't think she'd be, messing around either. And her backstory seems pretty legit too. Yeah, pretty interesting, man.
So yeah. Well, I know what it's like to be in recovery. I've been
Oh, I hear you, man.
quote
No,
unquote sober for 17, 18 years, something like that. I don't know.
yeah, congratulations, man. And no, I've actually, my family works in that business of helping people, get through those situations. And yeah, no, I've done a lot of changes in my life with certain things, dude. And things are great. And we could talk about that stuff at some other time too. But yeah, no, congratulations, brother.
Yeah. Well, thanks. And yeah, I mean, it was just something I had to do. I mean, I was Mr. AA guru for a while. There's still meetings that still that last that I started and sponsored.
Right
I
on.
did the steps all the way through 6 times, which is
Right
saying a lot because most people don't even get past step 4. And, I don't know. I just it all led to the whole idea that there's a creator, God, and I needed to go find God. And in the process of trying to find God, now, I'm not talking about religion because
Mhm.
you're not going to find a more brutal critic of, especially our beloved Christianity.
Yeah, no, I know. I feel you.
So, but I really studied it. So it's like, it's when I see all the hypocrisy beyond, I'm just talking about not even being honest with what the book says. But anyways, that's another story. Let's look at this because one of the things I discovered too, there's these giant insectoids, or at least they look like that. There's also another thing I noticed. These spirits, they like stack up like totems, and it seems to
Yes.
me that they use the trees as like a conduit or a portal or a highway to go from all 3 realms. Think about it. The roots are totally, inside the underworld, right? The soil, reach all the way into the water table. You know what I mean? And the
Yes.
underworld recognizes the water and the soil and all that is, and the elements and that kind of stuff. Then, of course, where we're at, walking on this plane of the surface, is the middle world. And then by the time the branches reach out into the atmosphere, and they connect the upper world, the atmosphere, right? And each tree is like its own little torrid, just like enclosed. It's like a battery, and it's got like electromagnetic field to it, right? And they use it to go up and down and all that. And anyways, all sorts of things use it. So in this thing, I want to show right here first, and then we go on. I'm going to show a couple more, but it's going to be kind of maybe challenging to see. But once I point it out, so we'll start with this head right here. There's something on top of it, a couple of heads right here. But this head right here,
I see it.
the big round eyes.
Oh yeah.
And then you go down here and think of like an insect with wings and with legs.
Right on. Yeah. Okay.
And it's, when you look at it compared to everything else in the tree, it's at least a couple feet. There's like these gnome dudes, and I'm filming people like all these dudes in robes.
I see.
People with like helmets, like old, like it's dude. It's like this Token was right. The Middle world. That was what this world was back in the day.
Okay.
Whether it was 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 20,000 years, whatever.
Yes.
It was this place. Now, or it is something else going on here where multi-dimensions are going on, parallel dimensions. And so there's a dimension right next to us where there's all these like little like dwarfs, like you would see in the Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
With helmets on and all that, right? And then you got another just like a giant insects. I mean, watch this one. Look at this one. Okay, this is one crawling on a branch here. I'm sorry I didn't tweak the images. This is what it actually looks like in camera this time of year. Everything's brown. Everything's brown and gray where I'm at. So it's going to look that way. But look at this. And if you can see what I see, because there's definitely something going on here. There's a couple things going on. First of all, there's like something that's got like a woman's head right here. And it's got like this like head dress thing that's almost like a Pope's mitre, but turned the other way, or a cone head. But then on top, then in front of it is another 2 insects. At least they look like insects to me. You can see their insect-related body, their heads. There's this one is his head, and she has that. Now maybe I'm just saying things, and maybe it's not. Maybe it's somebody else's head. Whatever it is, there's a person here right here, and can you see that face?
I'm trying to. So point it out. Point it out again for me.
There's an eye right here. There's an eye right here. There's an eyebrow. This is the nose. This is the lips. She got big lips.
I see it now.
And then there's a helmet like thing, and then it's like attached to her is like these things that look to me like insects, but they got like human heads. I don't know. All I know is there's something there that shouldn't be there, and it ain't pareidolia,
Mhm.
right? Because pareidolia is when you have an inanimate object, and there's plenty of examples of it. If like the kitchen sink, it looks like, oh, look at the two handles and the nozzle and all that. That kind of looks like a face, right? That kind of thing, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's not.
No. I
That's
mean,
not.
excuse me. And I was going to say, you just consider that our, and I don't know if you've brought this up, but it comes up. Our vision of spectrum only, we only get so many. We could only see so much. So.
Right, and there's obviously there's a reason for it, right? Because just imagine if you saw this stuff all the time. Just imagine you saw spirits. Just say ghostly human spirits but then add on to that then things that look like giant insects and look like Sasquatch and look like things like from the past, and I know I'm not going crazy. I just know I'm not going crazy, right? I've reached the pinnacle of my madness, right? I'm just what I am. You know what I mean? A little bit mad, but not totally mad. And I'm looking at this stuff and I'm going, it's absolutely impossible for me to be fantasizing this stuff or just dreaming this stuff up. Let's look at this one right here. This one. It's like it's a the base of this tree. Clump of trees, right? It seems these clump of trees too seem to have a higher energy level, and it's able for these things to manifest a little more in clumps. But so there's a dude right here. You can see the eye, and eyelash. This is the head.
I see it.
There's one right here. There's more like a Bigfoot type thing. You can see the eye and the eye. There's the cone head. Sorry, there's the cone head. And his head's shiny. There's two shiny eyes right here.
I
There's
see
another
that.
head right here. It's all fuzzy, like he's got hair. There's two eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But this thing right here, it's like a cross between, I don't know, it looks like an insect to me. This is like the shell or the wing. There's the head. Or is this it? There's another one right there too, with shiny eyes. And so that's one. I mean, there's even like people with helmets. There's a guy, KC, Kansas or something like Kansas, KC or whatever. I don't even remember him. He's a dude that's like uses Google Earth to find these things, like look like spirits.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, I haven't seen that. But I have been checking out a lot of Mud Fossils University.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like how he uses the Google Map and Google Earth to, check out these creatures that he looks at.
He gave me hell.
Oh gosh.
I knew him 4 years ago, and he gave me hell, and he called me up. I don't know how many times, and gave me hell, and because I was studying the flat Earth, and the fact that I was even willing to do that to him was so unforgivable, and I'm like, I barely knew the guy, and the guy was like condemning me for studying the flat Earth. And at one time, I'll be honest, one time I bought into it, but as I studied everything else and put all the pieces together, I'm like, you know what? The truth is I can't prove one way or the other.
Yeah. And that's another thing. Also I get into, like, once it starts getting into, situations like that, I just, it's all about the information for me. And, I leave like the characters aside, so I just, because I know people get into beefs and discussions that don't end up good sometimes. So I try to avoid all that stuff these days. So I just like, all right, it's all about the information, and if it works for you, take it, and if it doesn't, then
yeah,
whatever.
To me it's like you're just the math can. It's just, to me, if I'm honest with myself, this is how I see it. I don't know something truly until either I'm able to do it or I actually see it, witness it. You know what I mean? I'm
Right.
dependent on other people's opinion. And so that's how I approach life. Until I know, I can say for certain I know something. It's just a belief system. And honestly, from my experience, life has been such that it's kind of dangerous to operate solely on belief systems because it's easy to get manipulated by other people, right? You know what I mean? So I just say, you know what? Okay, and of course we all do at some level, right? I believe in a God, although other people would say there's no such thing as a creator God, but I believe there is one. But I couldn't prove it to you. I've had debates with Christians or not with atheists and etc. And I'm just like, yeah, I really can't prove to you that it's real or not. But I believe in it from my own personal experience. What's up, Jared? So
Right.
anyway, check this out. This is bizarre. So another bizarre thing. So there's actually a person with a hood here, ghostly figure. So this is this, and so once again, there's this weird pattern, like some kind of insect wing or something right there. But right here, there's this hood, and there's a face right here, and it's like this black cloak hood, and it's popping out of the tree, and it's not pareidolia. We get a little closer to it. You can see this is the nose, the teeth, the chin, the eyes, and it's got this like hood that goes around the being. Its head.
I see. That's really trippy, man.
It's like a ghost or a spirit, but it's got like this little cloak. What you would think that Robin Hood would wear, or you know what I mean, or something from. What's up, Provo? Come on up, man. Give me help, bro. So, I like Provo, actually. He's pretty cool, too. I don't know if he likes me, but I like him. He probably thinks, if we're literally seeing him, he probably thinks, this dude is whack.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? But, and I would have thought the same way until I started doing this, started doing the research, had my own encounters and had my own sightings. And I'm like, son of a gun, they lied to us about this shit too. I mean, when you think about the number of things that they have literally twisted, manipulated, lied about, they being the oligarchs, the ruling elite, the people that run this giant plantation, that they just, it's clear to me that their modus operandi is to lie about everything, twist everything, to confuse everything. And it makes sense. If you're the ones in charge and you want to stay in charge, the last thing you want to do is to tell everyone the truth, give away all the goods. You know what I mean? Hand over your cards. You're going to lose the game right there and then, right? You know what I mean? So that's what they do. So, but who's telling us that there's these Bigfoot, these spirits and stuff in the trees? There's no way in hell that this dude figured it out, right? Me, I'm talking about me. First, there's just no way. I'm just, I've never, I don't have a high IQ, and I'm, it's always the bottom of the class and everything. So although I did went to college, university, it turned out that didn't mean anything except that it indebted my ass. That's all it did, right? It really didn't prove anything as far as intelligence. It only proved that it's just a very expensive ticket to get on the bus. That's the only thing it is.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's one of the biggest regrets of my life was actually going to college and university. Anyways, so yeah, some people say they might think of Bigfoot or something like that, but you have to. I can see how you can see how it's blurry. It's like multiple images of things. Like it could be this is the head or this head. You got to put the whole picture together. What I've discovered these things, you have to because multiple spirits create these things. I'm discovering they create at least the illusion, right?
Yeah, and I noticed that bright green. I don't know what that was. That did you see that weird? Looked like really neon green. Yeah, that little. I don't know if that's a branch or what, but that thing really looks neon to me almost. Wonder what that is.
Where's one here?
Yeah, right there where you're right where you had the arrow to the left, right there. Yep, that thing.
To me, it's like this, like a hood.
Yeah, no, I see that, but
But
there's
you can
that.
also see other spirits. So I notice the spirits, you'll see other spirits on top of it as well. It's
Hmm.
like it's because they're morphing. You're just seeing a glimpse.
Oh yeah,
At least, you
yeah.
know what I mean?
And as far as as far as the stacking of them, the totem poles, yeah, I've mentioned that before. I remember hearing that years back. I forgot where I heard it, but it really stuck with me. And I remember seeing a couple videos from some guys at the time that actually had that going on. It seemed like, and I actually got I know I got one video for sure. I don't know if you've seen that one, but it's a gnarly one of what looks like a bunch of stacked faces and stuff like that. It was just mind blowing. And at the
Oh,
same, yeah, at the same time, while those faces were being recorded, to the right of that, this other what looks like a being materializes, and so I think it could very much possibly be a Sasquatch because it was just like my intent and everything is my personal belief. But yeah, you got to check that video out, dude, if you haven't seen it. And if you're ever I would love for you to go through some of my videos like you're going through yours like this too, man.
right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we do it together, man.
Cool.
Um, this this is an interesting one. It's hard to this. I'm going to point it out as I always have to do. The first thing is, he's got this very shiny head right here, and it's got two glowing eyes. It's got like streaks, like he's wearing kind of a helmet. If you can't see it, it's okay. I can see it. It's clear. The problem is I see so much of this. I can see them. You know what I mean? I
Oh,
just
dude, I totally I see it. And the good thing is that like yeah, you don't have to break down too much for me, and if I don't see something, I'll let you know. And if you help me out and I still can't see it, man, I'll tell you, dude, I don't see it. But I'm telling you, man, I got a lot of weird stuff like this for you to check out, and I'm glad that you're into this because I feel like there was a group of people that were kind of into this, and there's some of them are still around, but I really haven't been tapped in with them as far as sharing stuff. But I was like, dude, what happened to all the folks that were getting into stuff like this, dude? Because this is trippy stuff, and I think it's something to definitely take note of. And I've gotten into this type of stuff, like I'm saying. And another thing I want to mention is that I've had my fair share of psychedelics, so I know I got those eyes, man. So I could.
I tell you what, I wish I was on some right now. I really do. That's my twin. That's a
Hey, hey.
yeah. So here's another. This is another entity, and I can't tell if it's hair or a hood. But I think it's hair. So this is like his black hair. He's got an arm going up here with his hand. It's holding something, and it's got another hand going up here, and this is his body. It's one shiny eye right there, another shiny eye there, and then it's got this. There's the nose. I don't know if you can see that little, like, it's not really little, but it's, and actually there's another entity right here, and it's got like a you remember the straw man, what was that, Wizard of Oz? It had a hat, and then this is his face. There's an eye right here, an eye right here, an eye right here. So it's at least two entities, one right here and one right here. If I blow it up too much, it pixelate, but you can at least see the eye. You can see the blackness of the hair. If you can't see it, I understand. But
Yeah, I saw what you're pointing out, and I see something else too on top. Like
okay.
I see a whole big face right there, like two huge black eyes and a white, like under the eyes, it's all white. Like I don't know, I could see something else there too. But And that's why I like getting other eyes on my stuff, because people will see stuff that you don't see, or vice versa too, man. You know?
It's true. The problem is, if you, I don't know if there's any way having you access these images unless I send them to you first. Let's see. Well, that's that one again. That's another entity. I'm going to see. Oh, it's so. Okay, okay. I think I know what's going on here now. Let's see. Go back a little.
And are you on
Okay,
any other platforms?
What's up?
Are you on any other platforms?
I'm on Facebook right now. I'm
Okay.
on 2 channels, and I get hardly any traffic. It's amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
No, hardly anybody knows I exist. But anyway, so there's a head right here, but there's another head right here. That's what we're looking at, right? So it's got like this cloak, but it almost looks like another entity. But then there's a white face. And so what I'm drawing on is I'm looking at the white face, not what this possibly could be is like another entity, which it could be, by the way. I mean, I'm totally convinced that it's multiple spirits massing together to make these images that I see, and I don't know. It's not. So here it is. So it's a little blurry now, but so this would be the hood. The black part right here is all blurry. It's got hair. She's got hair. She's got hair going down here, and then there's the crazy looking eyes.
Mm-hmm. I see it.
Hey, yeah. So, and then it's got that thing in the background, like it's like a ladybird surfboard thing, but it's not. It can't be. Obviously, something else going on. But you can see right there a little bit better, I think, as far as the ghostly face. It's like a lot of these are like, they're like ghosts, and like a lot of our human beings are like spirits of human beings, I'm assuming, and a lot of them they have cloaks on their heads.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering if they need that. Well, first of all, it makes you wonder about people who are in the cult, where they got the idea of having these black hooded cloaks on them, right? Did they get it from this when they were, say, doing psychedelics, or maybe they actually were doing some kind of sympathetic magic that made these things manifest? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's very possible, man.
Are these Native American spirits, which I think a lot of this is? But there's no way to prove it. I just know there's something there, and I don't know. It shouldn't be there. Obviously it should be there, but based on what they tell us, they don't tell us anything about this. So
That
here's
looks
another
gnarly.
one of these things where it's got like this hooded thing. It's almost like it's got another black entity on top of it as well. But this part is the hood. It's got 2 eyes. There's a nose. There's a mouth. And there's the chin. Another entity.
I see.
And then it might have like another. There's always entities stack up, so it could just be another entity right there, and another one right here, and another one right here. Yes, I believe so.
And like this picture here, do you have a filter on this, or
no?
Okay.
It's just what it came out the way it came out. It's a little pixelated because of distance, but you can still see this, right? It seems to be eyes, or a group of them. Is this the hand? I don't know what the hell it is. But one of the things is this part right here. It's almost like it's wearing a helmet that does, you know what I mean? Like, you remember those, like Assyrian, or those old, and then there's a dude right here that's got like a Nazi helmet on or something right there.
Yeah.
And there's one right here, and then there's another one right here. And is it holding that entity? Well, and there's another one down here too. You see guys, but it's the thing that I gravitate to is this shape, and it's like it's like a giant chin strap. I noticed a lot of these things. It's kind of like hair, but it's got one of those like a Syrian or one of those ancient. You ever see those ancient helmets? They're pointed, like
Yes.
cone
Oh, yeah.
head helmets.
Yep.
It seems like a lot of them wear that. What the hell kick is this? This is one that is a combination, I believe, of an insect, a spirit that is transparent, multiple spirits. So, anyways, the insect is these legs right here. There's a leg here. There's, I don't know if that's a wing or not, but it's got like these legs, these black legs. This is its head. I'm thinking this is its wings. It's like a giant mosquito. And then there's a human head right here that has got like its, what do they call that? Promorphous? What do they call that? That the pointed. You remember what they call the pointed, where they suck blood out of? I can't think of the name of it right now. Anyways, and there's this head right there. And then there's a transparent head right there. But it's, to me, you could, that's the head. That's the long, pointy nose, and then it's got some entities here, entities everywhere. But I see a giant insect coming out. Do you see something like that?
I do.
You can say no, because then we could work on
Yeah.
it. You know?
Yeah, no, I do, and actually, these insects are. This is new to me, bro. I have not.
That's what I'm shocked about too. I'm like, dude, I started filming things like this last month, right? And these things that look like insects, and I blew it off. But this round, I'm looking through these images, and it's like it's image after image of things that look like insects. I'm like, I wasn't even thinking this stuff, and it's showing up. You know what I mean? So there is something, I wonder, what is the name of that? Troopers, U.S. American Trooper, or whatever the hell that. You remember that movie where the guys are fighting the giant insects and they go to a distant world and they're like,
I think I remember something like
blasting the heck out of all these giant insects and all that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I wonder if there is a parallel universe as well of that is going on.
Yeah, and like in science books and stuff, they've always like depicted prehistoric times with like, giant fireflies and like weird giant bugs and stuff like that. Like that's how I always, that's what I think of when I think of like prehistoric, like, giant insects and stuff. So like you're saying, or from what I'm understanding, is that, is it possible that, because I think at one point this planet was was prehistoric, right? It's prehistoric.
Well, have you heard of the theory of cataclysmic events in which there's like giant resets that happen,
right,
which in an instant of time, what
right.
is all wiped out and something new is.
Yes.
In other words, things were much bigger back then. Yes, you were saying like insects, and that.
And so, what if those realms somehow, they're still, I mean, they call them multiverses or something, whatever. Are those things still bleeding in, or once again, is it that we just can't perceive it, like, because our vision, our spectrum, but these cameras could pick it up, or every once in a while we will get a glimpse due to whatever, maybe call it a glitch in the matrix, or maybe spectrum for that moment of time, and then there you go. But
I think you're onto it. I think that's exactly what's going on. I think it's
right. And another thing is people talk about the veil thinning or whatever. You could. I'm with that. I don't use that term too much. I just think, like we're just becoming more aware. Our consciousness is expanding. And with all that, we're able to see things differently and see what's really there, our reality. Because for me, reality isn't your 9 to 5 going to work and paying bills and with TV and programs. That's not that's their matrix, I feel. And so there's a lot more to this to these realms here, to this realm.
Yeah, I think that the television honestly is solely just about social engineering and
Programming.
mind control.
Yeah.
And it can control people to think the way they want us to think and not to think about this stuff. Just imagine, what if 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago? Hey, how's it going, Eric? That's my big brother. How's you doing, bro? Are you leaving? Usually says God bless, they're leaving. By the way, if you want to join, you can, Eric, as well. Anybody else want to? It's up there. Just go up scroll up the chat and do what Brown Dwarf did. Just follow the link, the directions. You can join us in the conversation. So one of the things I think that's going on too, man, is I think they're using these like trees as like a conveyor belt. And when you have the stacking of the totems and then they're growing up, it's like this energetic, the frequency is so tense at the time because there's a bunch of them like they're just pushing up. They're like, what they're doing is I don't know how they're doing it, but it's this, in a nutshell, is they're using the trees not only as a portal, but think of them as like an escalator or an elevator.
Yeah. Yeah. Right? Why not? I mean, people are talking more about these days also about, and we've known energy, frequencies, vibrations, and all that, right? And so, yeah, if a tree is alive and it's vibrating at a certain energy, and there's beings and things out there that could either use it as a host or live with it symbiotically. Who knows what things could do. You hear of even weird bugs and funguses that could do weird things, and it's just, why wouldn't
if the creator God, let's just say this creation is so amazing and intense that you could put it in all the textbooks that have ever been written and ever will be written.
Thank you.
And so it's like impossible to nail it. It's just impossible if we try to. But if we get a little honest about things, there's absolutely no way we could nail it all.
Right. And I think that's a big thing within, call it whatever, the community and science, I think, and man, is trying to of course play God and all this, with science, I believe, and or at least certain aspects of it. And so like in the cryptid community, everyone's trying to prove stuff scientifically, but like you said, it's like trying to prove God. And it's like, dude, good luck. And yeah, we do get little discoveries and we learn what certain things are, but it seems like the more we dig in, the more we're finding out that it's all this far out stuff that people think we're crazy for and thinking, and it's becoming that. So, and so that's another thing, man, I'm getting into deeply is once again, consciousness and my own consciousness and
the power of intent and the power of manifesting.
Oh, bro, the power of prayer, and dude, you could go on, man.
That's what I mean. Like, to me, everyone has their own different approach, but to me, it's like I just talk to the Lord of all spirits, Creator God, Heavenly Father, right? That's what I talk to, and I talk to Him. I don't talk to these things. I talk to Him, right?
Right.
Other people have different approaches to it. I'm like, well, I'm just going right to the source. And since they've been doing that, there's like one download after another, after another, after another, after another.
Wow.
And it's like, how much are you willing to accept, or, because I'll share you more if you want. Yeah. People don't like you right now as it is. They're really no one's going to want anything to do with you, right?
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, well,
Bring it on, bro.
You know, as the Bible says, the pearl of great price, and that what it is, that pearl is to be in the presence of God. And I honestly think with that, it's like symbolically, metaphorically means, you know, you're actually in communion with them in your own way. I don't think, like, for instance, I'm in the middle of pruning. Okay, Palmer Ranchers, cool. Keep up the good work, man. And I'm very impressed with you, my brother. My brother has Lyme disease, and he's still fighting through it and doing stuff. You know what I mean? It takes a lot. I know what it's like. So, let's see, where was that with this? Oh yeah, there's another thing. Since my brother's here, because this is the very first thing I wanted to say, and I haven't had a chance or done it in a while, Eric. Publicly, I want to say to you, thank you for all your support, you and Kelly. And although we might differ on a few things, you know, Bible and all that kind of stuff, I still love you. I'm proud you're my big brother. I'm glad you're my big brother. And even though I'm 55, I'll still call you my big brother until my last breath. So I very much appreciate you and your wife and your children, and you're an inspiration. Thank you. And anybody else, Robbie Lowdown, thank you for all the time. You know, probably not supporting me anymore because of the how I see the Bible, but that's okay. I still appreciate all the time that you were standing by me, and you'll find out that I wasn't being dishonest about what I said there, and anybody else. So now looking at this one, it's blurry, and I know it's blurry, but it's like there's something popping out there. Can you kind of see it?
Yeah, definitely.
It's almost like a human head, though. It's got like hair.
I see it.
It's got an arm right there.
Oh yeah.
And it's popping out.
Yeah. And then you mentioned blurry, and that's another thing, you know, especially over on and I know people are sketchy about TikTok and whatever, but dude, there's a lot of videos. A lot of it's obviously fake stuff, but there's some interesting videos that I've seen over there that I haven't seen on like anywhere else. And but then you get a lot of the complaints, you know, from people like of the blurry photos, blurry videos, and all that. And so a buddy of mine over there was telling me, he's like, dude, what if Bigfoots are just born blurry, or these creatures, you know?
Oh, they're interdimensional, man. And also, remember, it's a camera. You know what I mean? It's not like. Here's the thing. It's like my experience, and probably yours is very similar, is that I see things, but I'm never able to film them. Or most time, I don't even have a camera when it happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or in access to, you know, or in the because you're shocking when you have a 15-foot Bigfoot in front of your freaking face for the first time that encounter, right? And I'll never forget it. And my big brother's connected to it because the day before he said, "Don't be surprised you start hanging out with Native Americans once you realize." If you truly realize that these things have a spiritual or spiritually connected, that there's something deeper, interdimensional. And next day, 24 hours later, and I'm standing next to Crow Medicine Man, and we're like, there's a Bigfoot, literally, I know, 15 feet in front of us.
Yep.
I'm serious. I mean, I'll never forget.
And that's what you hear over and over, man, is stuff like that. And I totally believe you. There's some stuff that I'll be sharing with you where it was like they were right there, like next to me, or you know, off to one side, whatever it is, and it was just right. And I wasn't able to see it, but I totally, you know, and you hear people that, yeah, it was right there, you know, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah, man. Hey, I'm really having fun. Remember, we were supposed to do an interview, so this will be our interview, and I'll make sure to tie you into this with the credits. Can you stick around for at least another hour?
Yeah, no doubt. I'm here. Like I said, I'm here at the shop. So we close at 8, and it looks like we're almost about to wrap up. It's just me here, and so it's no problem. I'm glad I'm able to do
Well-
this.
Well, look at this image, and then I'm going to play some intermission music.
Cool.
And then I'll take a little break. But this is this image once again of something that looks to me like a hood, a veil of some sort. And there's a lady with hair. You can see the big glowing eyes, the nose, the mouth,
Mm-hmm.
and there's another one behind her, under her,
Yes.
excuse me. But you can definitely see this one for sure. It's kind of like looking up. For some reason, these entities, their eyes glow, or we talk about eye shine. This is the middle of the day, and I'm getting eye shine.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah.
And then there's something here next to it as well. Like, I don't know if it's a big. I don't think it's a Bigfoot. I think it's another entity that has some kind of like pointed crown on its head. But this one you can see for sure. Now, one of the things, the problem is too, is that I'm filming these things in the shade. And what I've discovered, a lot of these entities, like I've heard from other people who do paranormal research, they don't like the light, they like shade. So,
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that, but it's interesting.
and I just wonder if that's why they use a cloak. Either is it to hide their face, so that but I don't know why they would have to worry about hiding their face, and we can't see them anyways. Some of the camera can see them, or for the most part, right? I mean, or is it because the sunlight? Are these? You know, we do live in a dualistic system where there's day and there's night, there's darkness and light. So I wonder if these are entities of the darkness. I wonder if these are people of the darkness. You know, it's easy to label all these things as demons and devils and monsters, but maybe they look like monsters and a freak show to us because, first of all, our lack of familiarity with the things, and secondly, because maybe that's the way they're supposed to look like because they're actually entities from the darkness. So,
Yeah, and you know, humans freak out at everything. So, I mean, we freak out on each other for looking different or being different. So imagine.
I know, isn't it? I mean, we're like it's like we're the most judgmental of creatures, and it's like the more you think about it, I'm just like, well, I know one thing: human beings, fellow human beings, have done stuff to me, but these things actually haven't done anything to me. So then, now where do you go for that? If they just all, it's easy to say everything's evil, but maybe it's just our own ignorance. With that, let's hear some music, and if you stick around, man, in about 10 minutes we'll be back and look at more images. You know what I mean?
Right on. I could take a little smoke break here.
Yeah, this is what I'm going to do as well. So.
Perfect. Sounds good. Cheers.
There we go.
Hey, I seen
wonder where Sheldon went. I'm gonna play a little more. One more song.
Yeah. And then our other homegirl
decided
made
to ask.
all that jewelry there.
Let's try. Oh, did we do that one? Did we do that one? Let's play the opening. Okay, I'm back.
All right.
Thanks for the break. I needed that.
Yeah, thank you. I did too, dude. I had a couple customers come in right quick too, so that was awesome. And
Yeah,
if you can,
I imagine. I mean, can you imagine them seeing this stuff? They'd be like,
and,
"Wow, man, tough about
oh
tripping
yeah,
out." So
no,
let's go back to continuity to this image. So
all
this
right.
is a more extended, more of an image of them traveling up this branch or trunk of this tree. You'll see this is the one that I'm. There's the nose, forehead, the eyes, dark eyes with a shiny glow in it. There's the mouth, the chin, and there's a smaller entity under it, and then there's some more right here, right, traveling, and they're traveling up this tree. There's the one above it. It's not pareidolia. It can't be pareidolia. They're popping out of the tree. They're morphing the tree. They're changing the tree. And do you see what I see? Any of that?
I do pick up some stuff. But yeah, it makes me wonder, wonder what it is or if there's anything. And right quick, right before we went to break, I was gonna say I checked in chat right quick and I seen Jared's on here, and what's up to him? And he should jump on if he's still in there, man.
Oh, well, you're more than welcome, Jared. You know you're always welcome. He's like most of the time he doesn't want to do that. So
Oh, he does it all day on TikTok.
I know. We had a good talk last night.
Oh, nice. Oh, there you go.
A really good
Cool.
night. And there's a guy from Australia that joined us, and that was pretty cool. So.
Oh, right on. Yeah, see, I missed that. I think I did get a notification, but I missed that. I need to catch up with a lot of your stuff for sure.
So here's an example of a spirit, and you can clearly see it. It's much more standing out from the rest of the tree, which is primarily in yellows and browns, that kind of hues. But this one, once again, it's wearing a hat. This is the hat and the brim of the hat. There's the hat. The hat has eyes. This is his hair. He's got eyebrows. He's got two eyes. You can even kind of detailed see the eyes. There's the nose. I don't know if that's his tongue sticking out. And he has an arm reaching out here.
I see.
Let's bring it up a little more. So once again, the eyes, eyebrows. He's got a hat. What a freaking hat.
Yeah, well,
And then there's like an alien thing next to it as well, or a bug.
Okay. Well, you mentioned hats right now, and what comes to mind also is I remember people mentioning, especially there's one lady, very sweet lady out of Vancouver Island, and Sasquatch Island is a hot spot, right? She would mention hats and stuff like that on these Sasquatch beings that she was claiming. And so the hats were actually, or supposedly, babies. So they were baby hats. So they would wear the babies on their heads or on different parts of their bodies. But anyway, the ones on the heads, she would call them hats.
Yeah. And what's even weirder, though, it's almost like this face that has a hat that actually has eyes on it. It's actually almost like the hat for this entity right here. And you can see clearly its eye and eyebrow. It's this one entity. There's the neck. It's more like the slee stack or it's brown. It's like E.T. And you can see the eyes. And then this is on top of it. There it is toteming again, right? And maybe it's an optical illusion. I don't know, but there is something there, and it's sticking out, of the damn tree. That's all I got to say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can you see what I see at all?
I see it. And another thing, I mean, just for me alone, knowing that the trees are living beings themselves is just mind blowing.
Yeah, and you probably heard about the theory of the giant trees at one time, that and a previous incarnation of this. Okay, let's talk about incarnation. Let's say it's possible that it is true and that we do reincarnate. We come back here over and over again, right? Let's just say just right. And if that is the case, could the earth itself do the same thing?
Possibly. Well,
You know,
what do they say according to Jesus that what the earth's a carcass?
it
So
sure seems to be that way. You know
so
what I mean? I mean, if you like you see there's Mud Fossil, you know, his work. And then if you look at all the other work about the giant trees, and
yeah.
there's that plausibility too, this was seemed to become more and more self-evident that there was at one time. And what if, you know, they said we came out of the trees? Maybe we actually did, but instead of what I've been saying to people is that we're more like termites, not like apes. You think about how we are, right? We're builders, we're tunnelers, right? What if there really was giant trees and we tunneled into these trees and we made cities inside the trees like the termites do today? You know what I mean? It's just an idea, but you know what? It's no more far-fetched than anything else that's out there at this point.
Oh yeah. No, I
Yeah.
haven't even thought about it on this level to where what if we're inside of an entity of some sort? So space is just the inside of the body of some sort of bigger creature, you know, and here we are floating around and yeah, all this stuff is happening.
Like we're like microscopic, like not amoebas, but like the things like microorganisms to this larger being, right? In a
Hmm.
way, we are, aren't we?
Yeah, so we would be, and some some have mentioned, you know, or referred to us as parasites, right? Or just even like, yeah, bacteria or something. But yeah, what if we're like, yeah, you know, these, because everything's what is it, a fractal of everything else, right? And so yeah, we're just, everything is just, yeah, you
It's
go.
turning to be the case that the absolute truism, everything is a fractal. You know, and was it the Fibonacci sequence, whatever
Fibonacci,
the hell it's called.
Fibonacci.
Okay. Um, I don't know. This one's an interesting image, and it could be another example of how Sasquatch either pops out of a tree or gets absorbed into a tree. Now, first of all, I think there's more than one entity here, but if we start look at this right here as being the face, brow ridge, the dark eyes, the kind of more monkey mouth or big mouth, right? The conical head. And then you got like there's like these big arms stretching out once again, arms stretching out. And
I
then
see
it's
it.
got like its knees, but it's like, and you can actually see the feet, but the feet, I mean, this is the foot right here is the foot. It's another example. I know it's starting to get pixelated and blurred, but and then there's all these other gnomish looking things, and there could also actually be, like I said, you could also see a larger entity. You know what I mean? Depending how you see it, right? And depending, which is, I'm sorry, it's not pareidolia, but what's going on here? We have like, it seems to me that they've got multiple entities, spirits, and they seem to like not only like live off the energy of the tree, but they live off each other's energy in some way, or maybe they don't. I don't know, but it seems to be that way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's fascinating, but I'm started once I started realizing that like these what, like, okay, we'll say it's not Sasquatch, it's something more like, but it's one of the variants of Bigfoot or whatever. Okay, so we can give people that. So because it just gets weirder. This picture you can even see fingers with fingernails. You know, like this is a finger. This is a finger as well with fingernails. and they're not. Look, what's causing the shadow on that tree? I don't know if I have a larger image of it or not. Oh, that's a different one, but it's another example. But there's like no trees. There's no tree causing this. There's no other tree like real close to this just causing this. I wish because I just put things together and I was just going. What I do is I comb through all my images, my photos. I find some kind of image. If that image stands out as an anomalous, I just snip it out. Don't even think about it. Come back later and look at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I spend hours. I spend like for every hour that I film out in the field, it's easily a day. And I'm not kidding about that. It's easily 8 hours, or was turning out to be, to go through the. Especially if you find a place like I found where every other image has entities in it. It's
Oh yeah.
highly. Some people say haunted. Some people say supernatural. It's
Yes.
a portal. I don't know what it is, but I just find image after image. So it takes forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I do the same too. I get out there and go through my stuff and try to pick out the anomalies, or you know, and but yeah, no, definitely, I do believe something is happening. People are getting interesting stuff, and yeah, I love it.
Well, I think because I'm starting getting the impression for myself is that it's like it's maybe only 1% Sasquatch and the rest of it's supernatural and spiritual.
Hmm.
That's at least that's my experience has been. It's like I kind of I wouldn't mind seeing a Sasquatch. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I just
Sometimes I wonder if they just let that be presented and be seen, so that first to see maybe if you're tolerant of it, and then secondly, if you're tolerant of it, accepting of it, can you now accept even a bigger, wilder, what we call a freak show? You know what I mean? I mean, this one is a fine example. I want to kind of go through some of these images, so we don't have to stay. I covered this one with Jimmy Goose, and this is like the Virgin Mary or a nun popping out of a tree. I'll show you. This
I
is
see.
the
Yeah.
there's the hands, there's the face. This is like I don't know what they call that, the cloak
Hmm.
or the thing what is the head covering that they put
Yeah.
over? And you can see if you really pay attention, you can almost see the eyes and the eyebrows. And a lot of these entities, I noticed, like they have a big mouth and their teeth are showing,
Hmm.
like their spirit, like there's like. I get this idea, and that's probably going to offend a few people, but like Roman Catholics, they have parishes. I'm just going to throw this out there, and we'll just say, if everything in this world is right now operating on the law of reversal, maybe they're being sent to a different place that they believe is what they believe is heaven, but actually is a place that, quote unquote, they perish. And that's a wild idea. But why would they call yourself parishes if, you got the most famous line in the Bible is, God so loved the world that he gave his one God's son, whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. And so what they have is parishes. I'm telling you, I'm totally convinced at this point that the vast majority of whatever religion it is, but definitely the Abrahamic religions, and I'm not saying that, I mean, I do believe in Jesus, but what I'm saying is what I see is there's a whole bunch of black magic being used in that.
Oh yeah, no,
You know what
definitely.
I mean? It's like
Oh yeah.
total deception in so many levels. Or not.
Hmm.
It was
Yeah,
total.
no, this matrix is inverted. So everything that should be natural and we could say of God or whatever is, I think, inverted in this matrix. At least a lot of things I see. And I want to say good evening to MT. I see I'm learning to operate while I'm on these lives, so I could go into chat and stuff. But I don't know if you could actually chat with the chat. But what's up?
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. Hey, what's going on? Hey, let's do it again. This is the whole goal in the first place. Remember, I remember when last time Brown was with me with
Dave
yes.
Thundercloud.
Yes, and who was the other dude? Who was the other guy?
It was brother. It was Diesel, brother Diesel 2K though.
Yeah, that's it. Diesel, if you hear
Diesel
this,
New
I
Jersey,
apologize. Not remembering
shout out to both brothers. Salute to Diesel in Jersey and 2K.
Yeah, and I apologize about the name thing, man.
No, dude, I'm surprised I remembered, bro. I'm terrible with names. At first I was like, it's Michael, right? I was like in my head, but I'm pretty sure I knew it was, but I didn't say your name at first, just in case.
And, most people just call me O.R.D. at this point. So.
Or yeah, you see, and I don't mind calling people by their nicknames. I don't mind people calling me Brown or Dwarf or whatever. I prefer that because most people know me by that. And yeah.
So I don't. Yeah, if you guys, Mike, if you want to join and share what happened over this weekend, Eric, if you want to join, any of you guys want to join, there's a link. Just follow the directions for StreamYard. It's in chat, and easy peasy. Meanwhile, this is kind of I'm trying to. I want to find one you guys might be able. So that's that Mary or none thing. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, this is not one of those faces popping out. I haven't even looked at half these things, so I'm not quite sure what we're going to look at here. This is a very interesting one. It's a combination of things going on here. There's like an entity that's like blending into the tree. You can see its legs right here. You can see his buttocks and his back. But then, and it's like its arm around its head. But then there's this other entity right here, and it's got its arm on it or its hand on it. It's really bizarre. Mm-hmm. I know this might be hard to see, but there actually is something like this. There's like a lady or something with like hair. You see one of her eyes. A lot of these like really cartoonish faces, very round. And there's like the where a wrist would be there, and there's like clothing of some sort.
Yeah, I've got one particular. It's actually a video too, where you could see what looks like a woman, and her face is like it's out of the bushes, and it's clearly a human woman, and she's wearing a hat, and next to that were these other, we'll say possible Sasquatch subjects. So I'll get that video to you, and hopefully we'll go through that, man.
I'd love to see that.
Here,
Brown.
What's up?
We got Mike on the house. MT.
Hey, what's up, Brown Dwarf? Mike, what's up, man?
Good evening.
So it's I gotta find it. I filmed. You had a fascinating image. Is that your image that you filmed of the entity popping out of the tree?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it was out of the bushes, and then these other subjects were in a tree. And dude, it'll blow your mind, dude. It blew my mind, and usually when we talk about stuff, we would like to be able to show it, but hopefully next time if we get together like this, we could show some of the videos.
Right. Now, so there's here. We got two good things going on because you have your experience. I got mine, and I'm gonna talk to you, Brown, and Mike has his too. Mike, he saw something like 2 weeks ago, and then Biggie, he was with Mike and with the cameraman and PA Squash Topic.
Yeah,
and Biggie saw a face coming out of the tree. Wow. It scared him. So that image that you have, Mike, is that you sent me on Facebook. Is that what you filmed?
It was taken from the video from the cameraman's live stream, or it.
Is it okay if I share the image?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
That
Well,
was
you
that was
talk
the
to us
priest.
about what
Okay,
happened here.
sure. Well, this area that we were checking out, which there was a report that the cameraman got about some kind of creature that's been seen around this like swampy like bog. And we went there to check it out, and we had all kinds of weird experiences. And the one thing that I seen that was weird was like a transparent object that went up a tree, and I kind of watched it go up, and then I was looking up in the trees, and the cameraman saw something right in a tree that was next to it, and I looked up in the tree to see what he had his light on, and I saw that face. And it was looking at me. And as soon as I looked at it, it had its head like this, looking at me. And as soon as I like made eye contact, which was weird because it was the first thing I seen when I looked up, it was like this, and then it like ducked, it like moved its head real fast out of the way.
Wow, that is a gnarly. So that's a picture screenshot you said, or
yeah, that was either from his live camera or that was from my camera view because I had one and I posted the video from the same night from my camera view. It was from
gnarly.
one of them.
That looks gnarly.
Yeah, it was something to see. I'll tell you that.
So, but when you had your experience, you weren't frightened by it, were you?
No, at first I was kind of like a little bit amazed because when I made eye contact and I saw it looking at me and then I saw it move its head, I kind of realized then what I was looking at was something that was looking at me. And it wasn't just something that kind of looked like a face because I saw its head move out of the way. And then I realized something was looking at me, and it kind of like, I had like a little bit of excitement and I was like a little bit stunned for a few seconds, and I was like absorbing it, it was kind of rough, but.
Oh, it's shocking.
Yeah.
Is what it is. I mean, when you have those experiences, at least for me, when I had that, all my sightings, it's just like you're like in it, in that moment of questioning, like, what the hell did I just see? Did I just see what I think I saw? That can't be. Is that real? That kind of attitude, because usually they're too far away for me to be too worried about it. First encounter that I had, it was more of this sense of awe. But the second one, man, that one, I wonder if that was even, sometimes I just wonder if these entities, some of these spirits can kind of make themselves look like something that they're not, trickster spirit type of thing,
Mm-hmm. I kind of tuned in just recently, so I didn't get to see the images that Dwarf was talking about.
Oh, he doesn't have a chance to share them yet.
Okay. Oh, cool. All right, good. I didn't miss him.
So talk about the gray faces. Here's a guy that I filmed that day as well, but this is my neighbor's yard. You can see the eye right there, and there's the nose, the mouth. And I'm not saying it's necessarily the same thing, Mike, but I'm wondering if it could possibly be, if we look at that, so that's more clear during the day, more gray. I hope you can see the eyes as well as I do, and the forehead. Of course, this tree peeper thing is kind of gets old a little bit, but it's part of the gig, so it's a big part of the gig. So anyways, but then you go here, so that's more of a cloudy, more ethereal version. They're both ethereal, but one's, I just wonder if sometimes, oh yeah, man, he dropped off.
Yeah, I knocked myself out there. Sorry.
I just wonder if, like during the day, the times, well, it doesn't really matter. There's certain times when it absorbs more of the light frequency, the energetic essence of the trees, and takes on the more of the color of the trees, where like at other times they're more misty, like during the day when you would film during the day, it would be more transparent looking, whereas night you get this for whatever reason. Maybe there's the right type of precipitation that allows it to happen. I don't know why so many. Well, I do know why. It has something to do with lighting, and that's what it has to do, right? What do you think, Mike?
See, when I looked up in the tree and saw it, it didn't seem to be that color that I remembered. But
did it seem more gray, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked more like the same color as everything else did when the light hit the trees.
But you said you noticed the eyes, right?
Right, and that head when I the cameraman sent me that screenshot, that one there, and when I saw it, I go that looks pretty much exactly. That was the face that I saw up in the tree looking at me.
I'm not quite sure what Maynard's saying. Click this link and I should maybe start reading people's stuff. And Eric, I'm sorry about not getting to your stuff on Facebook, man. I just it's too much to juggle. I'm sorry, man. We got a lot going on. Okay.
And I was reading what Eric was saying, Eric Monroe, right? I believe it is.
Yeah.
I read that comment about Billy Carson, and that's pretty cool.
I'm not sure why. I'm not sure, man. Anyways, and I don't know who else is here, but thank you, or all you guys for being here. Do appreciate it. And so what would they? Well, I filmed a lot on Thursday and Friday, and there's a lot of images that I filmed, and a lot of entities. And so what's part of the gig, what we're doing right now is looking at them. And I think we'll move on to so there's another example, that same one that with the hat. So it almost reminds me of Curious George or something. It's so comical what I'm filming. It seems more playful at times. At other times it seems very dark but I mean this one. Where am I at with all this? What was the last one we actually looked at? What should we do? I think I know where let me find the one I want. Okay, so this is another example of a peeper. Oh, that was a cool one. I didn't even realize that. This one's bizarre. It's got hair. It's got the white face. It's not pareidolia. You can see the hair. It's got wild hair like it's maybe a rock star. It's got the dark eyes. It's got the mouth right here, pushed in nose, and the chin. I don't think that's a Bigfoot. This one's interesting. This is reverse of what normally is. This one has black face with a white like shaw or something on its head. You can see part of it right here. You can see the eye quite well, and that's the blackness of the face. It's almost like a lamb or something, but
and let me ask you this,
and it's popping out of the tree too, so it's not can't be pure.
I see.
What are you gonna say?
That. I was gonna say, so are you also getting the weird lights and stuff, the orbs, and you getting UFOs and stuff like that in your areas?
Yeah. When I decided to go out at night, I haven't filmed them for them since December. But not only like in the backyard was filming those orbs. Was last time I did it. But I've cemeteries. I find some. We that one during the day, the one with the face. Remember?
I don't think I saw that, but
you're not the one that you mentioned. I shared it with you. Remember? It's like it looks like a Bigfoot face in an orb, and it's during the day.
Okay, I think I did remember something like that. It's and I got to go back to it. But yeah, no, you hear about.
I could go through my. It'll take me forever to find it, but it's. I think it's all part of the intro. But this one's is interesting because it's got like this translucent head hair, but this right here, I mean, it's just so. And yes, I'm giving orbs during the. What I'm getting is light, eye shine during the day now. That's what I'm getting. And last time I filmed at night, I was getting these really misty, ghosty, like images of like spirits. You know what I mean? Like your traditional kind of ethereal, ghosty like. I filmed that actually. I use them in one of my intros or one of my videos, and this stuff comes. It's you. If once you open up your eyes, first of all, I'm totally convinced that 90% of what we're dealing with is poltergeist-like, spirit-like, interdimensional-like, if not more. And I think it's really important to seriously address this in the research community, and then hopefully maybe it'll translate into the general community. That, you know, when we're having these interactions with these different things happen, you know what I mean? You hear stuff, you feel something, and I see constant, well, I guess it's really not my business, but I'm making it my business. Actually, I feel, you know, I was thinking earlier today, I said, you know, I do have some like Ojibwe and Cherokee blood in me, and I just wonder if part of my job is to redeem these people, because they were telling us all along that they are spirits in the trees, and they're popping out of the trees, and Bigfoot pops out of the trees, and in their traditions, and we as Westerners just blew them off and said, "Oh, they're just stupid." You know what I mean? Well, it turns out and it's only going to get more clear and better as time goes on. You know, I'm using the P900, the P1000 is even more powerful, and there's many other really powerful and great improvements, right, Mike? Of cameras, and I think this is just the beginning of what is going to be. By the time we move on, this next generation after, this is going to be common. Once people realize what's going on, it's going to be as common as all the other images that we filmed. Does that make sense?
Yeah. We'll see. I guess we'll see who expands and tries to use different technologies and looks for different things other than just the usual.
Well, you know, I think what's always will happen is people have their interests, and so a lot of people are just not going to give a crap, right?
I got to show you this. Hold on, Mike. Let me show you something I picked up.
Okay.
And you said it's going to be becoming more common. I believe so also, but I believe also it's not going to be anything new. You know, this has been going on. It's been here. It's, you know, it's just, we're just, I guess, rediscovering it.
Do you know what Maynard's talking about?
No.
I don't know what he's talking about either. He says so there's something posted. I have no idea. This guy, who's this guy again? Who's the guy? So is it a bit what? Oh, okay.
It's ultraviolet spotlight.
Nice.
So it was something new that we're trying.
Is that the one? Is this the one that makes patterns and all that too?
Well, it just projects a light in ultraviolet spectrum.
Good. Well, how's that black light working?
Yeah, that's pretty much the same kind of thing, really. And we tried that smaller one, and it seemed, you know, pretty interesting to check some things, like, you know, get close up with the smaller light. I got the bigger light, so that way you can hopefully see more with the camera. You know, go like black out with your camera and just keep it dark, and then use that ultraviolet spotlight, and then see if you can see things in that ultraviolet spectrum. See if that, you know, see if we get anything with that.
Cool. What's happening with Brown, man? He's popping in and out.
I'm playing with all the my little options here. I figured out how to flip the camera. I was trying to figure out how to flip the camera so it wouldn't be facing my face.
Okay.
And I figured out how to do that. Sorry about it.
Oh, that's all right. Well, we get Mike back here. Maybe he can tell us a little bit about the experience that Biggie had. Meanwhile, if you guys pay attention to this picture, there are entities popping out of the tree. I just wanted to show that there is clearly one here, and it is not a raccoon. There's another one right here, and it is not a raccoon. There's a dude with almost like a red hat, and there's his face right there. And you'll find the rest of them. There's one with some eye shine, but there's an entity there, and it is. If that's a raccoon, I feel sorry for him because his neck is wedged in there like this is a device. So tell us, Mike, what happened with Biggie, man?
Well, I didn't actually hear that story until he told it to everybody on Jack's live stream. And when I heard him tell that story, I was like, I was like, wow. I'm like, when you told the story of, I think it was your first experience, right? With the Bigfoot that came out of the tree and you seen him.
That was my second encounter.
Okay.
But my first encounter, I saw it go through a tree.
Okay. When he told that story, I was just like, okay, this is just like the one that you told. And I was like, you're going to be interested.
Did he say it was a Bigfoot, looked like a Bigfoot, or did it look like? Okay.
And he said that he asked it to manifest itself just before that.
That's right.
That's what happened.
And he was terrified. He said,
he said it surprised him, and it surprised him, and he uttered some select words, and then I think he said it just came out, and he kind of jumped back, and then it went back in after just like making like eye contact with him when it came out, like to let him know he's there, and then it went back.
Yeah. And so here another confirmation of what we're talking about, right? I started talking about, you join me, then you have your experience of something coming out of a tree, and then Biggie has one. And I know that Biggie, he told me that first time he saw Bigfoot, he saw them in the tree climbing around, right?
Yeah.
Of course, a little bit different. I don't. Okay, I'm not quite sure.
I mean, it's definitely
Maynard. If you post the link again, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. So.
When you have like multiple experiences from people that have very similar occurrences, I guess you definitely can't just say that it's just an odd thing that happened like once to you when someone else is having the same experience. So that that just kind of like validates when you hear more stories that are like the same.
I think what it is confirming the fact that spirits do live in the trees and they come out of the trees, and it's part of the gig. And if I've had experiences, now you had one, Biggie's had one. We just represent a fraction of 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 a percent of people in this world, right? Brown's had his experience. This has to be a hell of a lot more common than it's being talked about.
And I was going to say my very first experience, I remember, I think I told you about that over in West Branch when I saw something run. It looked like it ran from what I saw was from behind one tree and it ran behind another one. And the more I think about it, it's possible that it could have not just ran like it was making a straight line running down the tree line. It could have went, because I didn't see it after it went from one tree to the next. It could have possibly have done something like that right to that tree that I saw it run to, because I didn't see it again after that.
It just got absorbed into the tree. It just,
possibly,
or it just dematerialized somehow and then into the tree. And yeah, I mean, but it's a very high probability, in fact.
Yeah.
Because
especially since what I seen the first time was a full body. You know, it was a full body, a full figure, real tall. It was very odd looking. It didn't look like anything I'd ever seen for that moment I seen it. And then it was just, you know, went from behind one tree to the next, and then it was gone.
Right.
And it would be hard for that just to disappear if it kept running. So somehow it went to that tree and then it was gone.
And so,
Gnarly. That's gnarly, MT. What state are you in, bro?
Ohio.
Oh, wow.
That first time I seen that was over at West Branch, which West Branch has had a lot of sightings. I'm pretty sure it's one of the highest in the state of reports of cryptids, or seeing of just reports of seeing things from hikers and people on the trails. And there's a professor at the university, part of the historical society, and they've been examining vegetation and other plants in West Branch, and they have made a pretty big decision, or they've come to a conclusion that, based on what they've studied, that park, that area never froze over during the Ice Age, which was very interesting when I heard that.
Trip out.
well, I have to tell you.
Made me think about a lot of possibilities.
All right. Were you trying to say something, bro?
Oh no, I was just saying trip out, man. That's a trip.
Yeah.
And I've heard tons about Ohio, man. That's for sure. I know it's a hot spot in my book.
There's nothing but weirdness in this state. And I'm telling you what, the way things are working out with synchronicity and how the spirits are working in my life, right? Last month, I go to Secor Park and Wolfringer Cemetery, something like that. Wolfringer Cemetery, I think that's what it is. Anyways, 1830s something. That's when it was established. Most haunted place in Northwest Ohio, and I had no idea. This was the highest point in Northwest Ohio. And that, last time you were with me, Mike, we were going through images of the entities that I was filming there in that park. That's the same park where the knife was the flying knife.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's the supposedly, I mean, I don't know if it means anything, but it's the most haunted place or cemetery in Northwest Ohio. Then the spirits led me to this road that I hadn't been on in years and wasn't even thinking about. I was actually going a different direction, and I was driving by, as we do, once we're in this point, we start paying attention to trees, you know what I mean? Tree structures and stuff like that.
Yep.
And I drive into this this place, and that's really, it feels like this. It feels squatchy, man. And I just started filming stuff, man. I couldn't stop. And the number of things that I started filming, and that place, and it turns out to be the second most haunted place, recognized at least, in Northwest Ohio. I had no idea about that. You're the paranormal guy. I'm supposed to be the Bigfoot researcher.
I have to send you some pictures of some weird orbs I got just the other night at the cemetery over by here. I was checking it out. There's some weird, odd smoke. It looks like smoke that's in the photo. And then there's some orb anomalies that are in different places. And that same smoke, that was captured in the photos, in different photos, it's kind of changing its shape too. It's kind of weird. But I've seen that kind of thing in person at cemeteries before too. Actually go right by me. Looks like thick black smoke, but it's I would assume, from what I've heard, it's maybe partial apparition of something that's trying to apparate, getting energy to do it.
It makes you ask the question, why did he even bother? What's the point?
Who knows? That's the question,
Well, you're talking about the faces coming out of the trees. So look at this one I filmed here. And it's gray. It's the way that the wood, it looks almost like hair, but it's the wood. There's some kind of hood around it, but you can see it's the gray face. It's got the two eyes, the nose, the mouth, right? So it's starting to pop out of the tree. And then we go to this one where it's manifesting in between. And I notice a lot of times that they're manifesting when there's two or more major trunks associated with it. You know what I mean? And they'll be popping out or using, I guess, whatever. It's kind of like, it would say like the electromagnetic frequency from both the main trunks or branches create such a situation when you're talking about right in this location of the tree, right? Or in like an opening, or there once was a major branch or something. There's enough energy for these things to manifest for a brief moment of time, right?
Yep.
Enough for the camera to catch. It's not that we're seeing it most of the time. Most of the time I don't see any of this stuff, right? I mean, I've seen two things that look like gargoyles, and I believe there's at least 24 different things that I believe are Bigfoot, but the more I think about it, who knows at this point.
Hey, I wanted to ask Brown there if he what started or what was it that got him into doing this? What got you into it? If you can hear me.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. So yeah, I'd seen the Patterson footage as a kid, of course. So that's when I first learned about what Sasquatches were, and I totally believed it when I seen it. But I don't know if you know, I live actually where the Patterson footage in the same county it was filmed.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. So just living in that area, it's just, dude, it's Bigfoot country. Dude, it's all over the place. You know, even mainstream, like, you know, storefronts and stuff like that, and just signs, and it's just all over the place, dude. And but they're there for sure, and it just, stuff started happening to me, and I just started documenting and just got the bug.
Yeah. That's like I kind of was always just doing what I thought I wanted to do, kind of like doing, you know, it's always the voices that I heard, you know, that kind of got me into trying to see what's there, trying to hear what's there, really, because I could hear, you know, the EVP phenomena has been, you know, something I've captured a lot, especially in West Branch. And I've always been drawn back to an area in West Branch I call my research site. And then when I seen whatever that being was run across the tree line, then like everything changed for me. I was like, something's there. I don't know what it is, but there's something there with me. And then, you know, the cameraman does research over in the same park in a different area. And we started talking. He showed me those thermals that he took, which were right by kind of vibe where I go and where he goes. And then I wondered, could that be what I saw? And then we started like, you know, collabing together and trying to see, because we both agree that what's there is not some kind of flesh and blood creature, especially with the thermal images and seeing the orbs. And some of those images start out as one thing with like a weird heat signature, have some characteristics that are the same. Some are different sizes that look like some kind of a being. Some look like they're forming into one. And then some go up into the air, and you can see like orbs that will go up, and they got a thermal of one going into another and disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
So that, you know, like he even says, whatever you think you know about Bigfoot, especially over here, you can pretty much throw it out the window. You don't know what we're dealing with.
Wow, bro,
That's the problem.
Sounds far out. And MT, do you have a channel, a YouTube channel?
Oh yeah, I got it. It's on my tag there on the screen. Yeah, it's at the bottom there.
Yeah, I'll definitely go back and follow you, bro. It sounds very interesting.
Man. Oh yeah, I got some crazy EVPs out there. I get some voices, and I got an angry guy that always seems to talk when I'm out there. He doesn't like me out there, and he always voices that on EVPs. It's kind of funny. I've heard him curse too when I'm through EVPs. It's kind of funny.
So you do the paranormal and the Sasquatch as well, because a lot of us believe that Sasquatch do paranormal, are considered paranormal. I look at it like that. You know, it's all kind of connected.
Yeah. Well, I kind of see how it's connected. You know, I kind of like I kind of do my usual thing, but whenever I get to go with the cameraman and the guys, then I kind of just get that experience with them. And, you know, the more I do that, the more I'm seeing other things that are going on.
For
So I
sure.
kind of like have just been expanding, and he's given me the opportunity to come with him and his guys, and I just go with him because I like to see what else is there, especially since the same area where I go.
Yeah, right on. What an opportunity, man. Cool.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool.
I like to share with you guys this image. This would be an example, once again, of an entity, a spirit that seems similar to what could qualify as Bigfoot or something of that nature. Very humanoid, let's put it that way. At least the head. And what's interesting about it, you can see the definite, there's the bark, right? You can see the definite, how the bark shape, and it's very rectangular. Where this is very, you can see this is the beard or the hair. You see the transparency, how this is the background, and yet you can still see the edges of the spirit's beard or whatever it is. It's hair.
It looks like a big nose on it right there. Yeah, the
He's
eyes
got a
and the
big nose
Yeah,
right there,
yeah,
and you can see 2 eyes, and this is mouth, and a troll, a dwarf. No pun intended, dwarf, but there's like a dwarf from Lord of the Rings, right? That kind of thing. But you can clearly see that it's there. It's manifesting, or at least I caught it, whether it was intentionally manifest or not. You can see this clearly as something distinctly different from what's behind it.
And that's cool that you mentioned about the manifesting, because a lot of the weird images and videos that we do get, I wonder, maybe we find it very odd and weird, or they are weird looking because, like you're saying, they're in the process of doing whatever it is, either manifesting or dematerializing, just what comes to mind.
It could also be, the issue is the camera itself, and then also our eyes. And so,
I was just thinking that.
it's so because of our limited spectrum of vision, whether color or light, there's so much all around us, and they're just normally always around us, and we just catching glimpses of what's always around us anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we don't
that's
know
like the EVP, but a visual. You know what I mean? It's like how that phenomena with the electronics of something you can hear only being through the audio recorder, you can't hear it. Something similar in a way that camera technology can see some things that you can't really see with your eyes too.
Oh, it's clearly that's what's going on, right? I mean, it's anybody that's doing this research it's clear as day, and once again, no pun intended. It's the blurring of the lines between paranormal and Bigfoot research. I mean, it's so clear. It's just that was an oxymoron. That's you can't be blurring the line and so clear. Anyways, it's self-evident that we're dealing with multidimensional beings that once in a while are Bigfoot, dogmen, and I still believe that they represent at best 1% of what we're dealing with. Now that's a bit of it's an arrogant statement, and the only way to prove that is if when other people start, when there's comparable documentation, you know what I mean? Whether on your end, Mike, audio, on my end, visual, on Brown's end, And Brown Dwarf seems to be, I know he does his own field research, but he's also like this dude that seems to always, he knows when he finds the next best video. I know how you do it, dude. How do you do it? Do you have like a crew of people that whenever they find a cool video, they send it to you? Because
Nah, I just kind of surf the web a lot.
And, you have to, man. It takes a lot of work.
And then I do network with a few people, so they'll send me stuff. But I recently just made a new email for people to send in their encounters, videos, and pictures, because I think it's a good way to get more stuff our way. So I'll be sharing some of that stuff. I just did this the other day, and it's NorCal Bigfoot Project at gmail.com.
Say that again.
NorCal, so Northern California. So we call it for short NorCal. So NORCAL, Bigfoot Project at gmail.com. And so
Okay.
send in any encounters, vids, information on anything paranormal or anything that we're into.
So as far as Maynard, if you're still there, and I don't know, as far as that video goes, if it didn't let you, I didn't know you weren't able to share links on the chat. I mean, I thought we were able to. So
Yeah, well, I think if you're a moderator, you should be able to share links.
right, and if you're a guest, you should be able to as well. Maybe that's what the issue is. So if you want, you can put that in the chat box. If you have the link on you.
Oh, okay. yeah. I don't know if I have a direct link, but and that's why I was playing with all this stuff earlier, trying to get familiar with what I could do here. But yeah, I guess I'll try to figure that out later. But
well, I just want to share. This is an interesting one, and this one is again, this is in the middle of the forest. And multiple entities appears. In particular, is this formation once again of something that looks rather insect-like. Can you see it, guys? Can you see the kind of insect-looking thing? It looks kind of like got the body shape of an ant or a termite.
It's like right in the middle, towards the upper middle.
That's the head.
okay.
That's the body.
Oh. Something
I don't know where the
pretty
legs
odd
are
right
in
in the
this
middle,
one.
too.
And but it does have like the foreign wing here almost, and there's nothing going. There's all these
I
heads.
see it. And it kind of has like a green head or whatever, right? It's
Yes. And I'm like, and by the way, green. There's no green out right now. Where the hell did the green come from? More manifestation of this how they turn into like this, like a shadow entities. Once again, the strange shadows that don't make sense. I'm trying to see where to go here. Here's an interesting one his head popping out of the tree. Once again, very ethereal in nature. And another thing, once again, if you pay attention to this one, it almost looks like it's wearing like ear guards and a helmet that's like the shape of a bucket. If you can't see it, let me know. I'll point it out.
It almost looks like it has like horns too, unless I don't know if it's.
There's its nose.
I see the.
Then it's got something like this. It's got like its shin guard, and then it's got this big flap for ear guard, and it looks like it's just an entity. A lot of these entities seem like they're from a different time, and really are lining up with what Tolkien's, like his books, Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and that kind of thing. These type of entities. Now, what was this place? A lot of people argue that the United States of America was originally going to be called New Egypt. Huh. And a lot of people think that a lot more was going on in North America than they're being honest about. Mm-hmm. A lot more. And that maybe at the time of Atlantis, or whatever, just at a distant time, there are pyramids here, vast cities, vast culture, and a whole bunch of stuff going on here that somehow just like in a cataclysmic moment, a time.
Reset. Yeah.
A giant reset, yeah. And are we seeing the residual memory or spirits from that time? Because some look human, And a lot of them look like they could have been straight out of a story tale. You know what I mean? Something from Token or something like that. You know?
You know, while you were mentioning that, when I was at that area that we call the swamp, where I saw that creature in the tree, when before that I was over into another part of that forest, and I had my REM pod out and some other devices, and I had the spirit talker going, and I was asking if there was anybody there that was, you know, over there with me, and I got a message that said Viking, and I was like, Viking, and then I was like, okay, I'm like, well, I'm like, if you're a Viking and you're here, can you let me know and touch that device? And this is on my camera video, which is posted. It went and interacted with the REM pod just as I asked if there was a Viking and if it would let me know it's there. And it started interacting with the REM pod almost as I asked, you know, it to do that. And I thought that was interesting because to me, it just seemed like, you know, a Viking, like that. I'm not sure like how, you know, if it exactly meant that, like literally as we know what a Viking is, or if there was more to it, but I just thought that was pretty interesting.
I do think it's very interesting. And I found a couple that look very much like they have African American roots. And there's this thing about the Moors, and I'm starting to learn about it, and I'm like, what the hell really was going on here? You know what I mean? Because they didn't tell us the truth about anything. Nothing. It's turning out to be. I mean, just enough for them to get what they needed out of us. You know what I mean? Educating us to be halfway decent workers, but they're not telling us what's really going on. Here's an example. Here's like an entity manifesting here. You see his eyes and his head, his ears, and that kind of thing. And yet in front of, if you pay attention, there's a massive hand. And you can see the knuckles. Notice this is the tree. This really dark black thing it's like a giant hand in front of it, man.
I can see that.
Yeah. Almost looks like that hand is part of maybe whatever it is.
And if you even look deep in closer, there's like entities going at it. There's another one of these dude with a cloak or gal. You can see that's the cloak. And then there's this dude in the back here. And how many guys have I filmed that have pointed like helmets or crowns on their head? Like maybe there was something like, well, a lot of people are even saying like Genghis Khan actually at a time ruled North America. And they never told us about that in high school or in History Channel. But now they're saying that Genghis Khan not only spread all the way to Europe as control, but actually went also to North America. So then what was going on then? You know what I mean?
And I don't know if that ties into, I don't know if you guys gotten into the whole Tartaria topic.
I've looked into it. I have. I mean,
Yeah.
there's some things that seem very plausible, and other things I'm like, could be. I don't know. You know what I mean?
And it's interesting to me because when you get into that, once again the giants come up and all these some of these beings that we're mentioning as well. So pretty trippy stuff.
It is trippy. It is and what's to say it's not true? Once you realize, I mean, I keep saying this, but I'm not just being hyperbolic about it. I'm being serious. For my research, because I've, Mr. Truther and all that, I spent a lot of time studying all different aspects of what's going on in this world, right? And one thing I'm coming to the conclusion is that really, really did, at best, and when I say they lied at us, I mean that. Let's be generous and say they just gave a bunch of half-truths to us, at best. And they twisted the truth. They divided us based on the pigment of our skin or the color of there's pigment in our skin. They divided us on every superficial level. And then on top of that, if you're going to be the ruling class, you're not going to go around telling the peasants the truth about much of anything. That's the honest truth. And so, what's that?
That's greed motivated, that's usually why, right? It's always greed.
Power, greed, it's maintaining that power within your select group of people, you know what I mean? Because if you let go of your hand, you know what I mean, you're going to lose the game. You see, the best thing you do is deception, right? A good poker player is really good at his deception, how to deceive or manipulate his opponent, right?
Yep.
And I think that's what we're dealing with. So this is an example of, if you look at this head popping out here, and it's got this kind of cone-shaped crown, and it's got like, I don't know, some kind of flower ornament with gold and red. And there are certain cultures in the past, parts of like Africa and the Middle East, or Asia Minor, I should say, where they had hats like that. Genghis Khan, they had hats like that. There's another head popping up next to her where he has more of his kind of very large nose. But there's two heads popping out of the tree again. And of course, in the background, we have things that look like they qualify for a Bigfoot that I filmed on Saturday right here, right? And it's quite a distance. These are the trees. These are the trees behind there. I probably filmed this about 50, 60 yards away. And there's an entity right here. There's a lot of things going on. I mean, I already showed this last show. There's so many images. I showed this one before, of this entity that has like this shaw going over it. It's got two eyes. You can see the eyebrows. It's got like a face mask around it. And it's got maybe some blonde hair. And then it's got like a little something going on here with her hand. It is filmed in a tree as well. I mean, once I pointed out, you can see it's clear day. There's something, it's almost like puppet-like. And it doesn't belong to the trees. I wager a bet that in the next 2 decades, we're going to end up having images and stories that are going to rival Lord of the Rings. Seriously. I think that part of most of us, when we think about ghosts, we're thinking about human beings that just passed or maybe past a few generations. But I'm thinking what about all the other entities and all the other times? How do we know when we're talking, like on your voice box and all, how do we know it's actually a human being?
Yeah, right. Yeah, we don't.
And so it's something to think about. In my book, I think that we're dealing with something. This is an example right here. This guy. So there's a dude right here with a long face. He's got, once again, like the ear guards, and he's got this really pointed helmet. And he's popping out of the tree. There's another guy behind him that's bigger, that's got a similar helmet. But if you pay attention to this guy, and you can see it, there's a smaller entity popping out of a tree. This is stuff that's not pareidolia. This is stuff that should not be seen, period. One thing I've noticed too, in all these small branches, is when we talk about orbs and lights and all that, some people would assume that would be like the buds of the tree. It's budding out for leaves. I don't think they are. Now, one of the things I'm arguing about when it comes to the branches and the trees, each tree is like has its own a vortex, its own toward field, right? Each tree is like a giant magnet. It generates its own magnetic force and generates some kind of electricity. Now think about when you're in a forest and each tree is that way, and so each one is interacting with each other energetically, of electromagnetic frequencies, of energy you probably even quite even comprehend. And so they can pass on information and energy from one tree to the next. And you can, what about transferring the history? Ancient history. They say the trees have memory. What does that exactly mean, that they have memory?
Yeah, that's an interesting thought right there.
I don't know. I can understand if people say, man, all I does is talk about trees. Well, I'm telling you, the big secret to a lot of what we're dealing with is trees, man. It's what's in the trees.
Well, now that you mentioned trees too, well, you've been mentioning trees. You know what pops into my mind is, and you were mentioning transfer of information and whatnot, is mycelium. So yeah, so they say, you know, the mycelium is like like an internet, right? And that's under the ground, and it's a fungi as well, I believe, right? And so they say they're able to transfer information throughout the forest as well. So if you're saying the trees, you know, we're trying to make this connection with the trees and these beings possibly, I would imagine that mycelium also plays a role. And then that gets me into mushrooms, and that could get me into this whole other rabbit hole. But
No.
yeah.
But I think there is a big part of it. Absolutely. And you know,
Talk about the underworld, right?
There you go.
Yeah, it's where the underworld and the middle world meet too. How would they do it spiritually? How are we going to do it spiritually? You know, is the camera kind of mimicking what used to be through psychedelic drugs? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, and that's, you know, kind of like the rabbit hole I didn't want to go down, because I mean we could go on about it, but hopefully we'll save it for our next one as well. But yeah, definitely psychedelics, plants, you know, trees. I mean, you could go on and on about it, but and start making connections. But you got me started, man. I'm definitely going to start putting some more dots together.
Yeah, it's because this stuff is really deep. Now let's look at this one right here. This is like an entity that's got like some kind of shawl on it. You can see the ear right there. It's got hair. You see there's like, it's got this deformed or face, but you see the eyes. There's the mouth. This is the arm, the wrist, and the hand goes like this. So it's another type of humanoid entity, human-like. Was this one of the little people that they talk about? I don't know, but it's that's something there, and it's sticking out like a sore thumb once you see it. That is an entity of some sort. It's very human-like, and you can see the hands. At least I can, because I spend so much time. I can. The other day, I spent so much time studying images, that therefore I can pick them out. You know what I mean? The stuff that most people would ignore, right? Rightfully so. Why would you pay attention to any of this stuff? But none of this qualifies for pareidolia. I keep on mentioning this. You can see all the artist renderings that you want to. You can go on Google right now and look up examples of pareidolia, and you ain't going to find anything like this. You're going to find blurry stuff at best, and you're going to find, two eyes, two knobs, and something that looks like a face. Which, by the way, I do believe a lot of times these spirits can do that as well. They can manipulate these trees when we're not paying attention. If they can build tree structures, why can't they also build some kind of like what we call pareidolia in the trees? faces, just for whatever reason. Who knows why? So, I mean, it's really, in my book, it's time to think outside the box completely. Let's, if we got ourselves to this point of believing, why not take it a few more steps further? What's the harm in it all? And what I'm finding out to be that it ties quite a bit into what our ancestors were talking about all along.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely listen and love hearing about what Native and Aboriginal peoples had to say about stuff, because, like I mentioned earlier about us, you mentioned, call it the Western world or whatever. Just this matrix that we're in is just, yeah, it's all lies. It's all, a bunch of cover up, and to have that information, all the information is out there. It's all in us too, I believe. And yeah, so these peoples, Native peoples from around the world, I mean, look into their stuff, and they've been
Will you
talking
two
about
gentlemen carry on the conveation for me? I gotta pee, bro.
Yeah, handle, bro. We got it. And so, yeah, bro, I definitely believe, there's something there with a lot of the folklore and stuff. Not only, and when I say Native peoples, also, I mean like even in like Europe, you got Iceland and also in Ireland, a lot of folklore there and history, and it's just so rich, man. And it's, I don't think these people just made stuff up, and a lot of the stuff also connects with other cultures throughout the world. So, I find that fascinating.
Yeah, I think there was something that was understood. I don't know if it's how many different cultures maybe understood the same thing or what, but I definitely see. I think that they understood some things that were just, I don't know if you want to call it like more, maybe just more spiritually connected, or they understood more of the connection between the earth,
For sure.
everything that, especially the trees and the ties that that don't take it for granted, kind of understood that connection better and more of a respect for it, and not like just a resource.
For sure, man. And I also feel that like a lot of people these days look at like native and ancient cultures as primitive, and maybe some were and stuff. But I do believe that a lot of these cultures were highly advanced, had high tech, and just knew a lot more than what most people know today. And it's funny, it's like I was mentioning earlier about society being inverted and stuff. Everything's like backwards, and so yeah, that's another frame of thought of a lot of people these days, is that all that stuff is old and primitive, and and it's just like, no, if you look at it, it was maybe a lot more advanced then than it was now, in certain cultures. And so yeah, it's just kind of weird, man, how everything is these days. But it's cool to have different perspective of stuff, and just to be aware,
Yeah, and it seems like, I guess you could say, knowing and even feeling that there is a connection between everything that's living, and once you experience some things and you see that there's more than just living, what we consider living beings, there's more to it. Then you start trying to understand that it's not like you're just seeing something that is there once and it's gone, and it's never been there except for that one moment, and now it's gone. It's like there's the things that you're experiencing, you're seeing, you're hearing. It's probably been like that as long, as far back as it goes, and
oh yeah,
then once you start to realize that, you try to, like, if you try to get not so grounded and just stuck into like, doing everything normally, and you try to become a little more spiritual and try to balance it and not like, because I guess either extreme is where you'll lose something.
Yeah. I think it might have been on another podcast I was mentioning, or I was talking to someone, and I referred to the phrase like 1 foot in the matrix and 1 foot out. You gotta kind of have the balance of and I don't know if this is what you're referring to, but just like, yeah, diving into all these topics, and then but yet being grounded here, because we still have got to pay bills and
Yeah,
we
that's
have
kind of
kids,
what
feed
we're
the
meant.
family.
It's kind of like what we're meant to do, is to live and survive. But then I think losing track of some of the things that like your ancient cultures may have understood. They may have figured out something, and they may have made a connection, realizing, and that could have just been passed down from who knows how long. But, that was like they had a balance between, feeding themselves, living, and then understanding there's more, and trying to balance their life in both directions.
Mm-hmm.
Where, anybody who's not aware of that just balances their life in one direction. That's just to, get by day to day, live, and not even understand or not even really think about or care about what else is there.
Yeah, and I find it sad, like, for people that live their lives like not even wondering, or I wonder if they wonder, but yeah, just like not even knowing or experiencing some of this stuff. It's like, yeah, it seems so boring, to me.
Hey, Jimmy Boots, if you want to join us, I send you a link. Or do I have to do it Facebook? Anyways, quick, carry on.
Welcome back, Michael.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking, I'm thinking that this could be one of the important ingredients to prove that we live in multiple universes, parallel universes. Our research, ironically, is going to prove this, possibly. And of all things that might teach us this and reveal this to us, it's going to be, and I'm going to be a broken record till I die now, knowing this, the trees. Mm-hmm. Just imagine what it must have been like, we'll say like a 2,000-year-old tree, the memory that it must have. And then the memory that was passed on to it from other trees prior to it. Whether it's through, the different fauna and microorganisms associated with it, or whatever, the elemental spirits. I never really took much of that too seriously, but now I'm like, what do they actually really mean by elemental spirits? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I asked that too.
Once again, there's a guy here that's got like this pointed hat, cone head. You can see the eyes. You can see the pink of his head popping out of a tree. And it's so important to me at this point to reveal this stuff. And it's not just right now. It might be a novelty, right? But as time goes on, it's not going to be a novelty. It's going to be a reality. And I think it will be a shattering of a lot of paradigms that have governed our lives. I'm thinking of religion in particular, but even science itself. If at some point, you just got to say, the pareidolia bullshit's just got to end, right? You know what I mean? And here's the thing: if we all work together on this, we're going to prove something that's. Here's something about Bigfoot. What if they actually have used Sasquatch, or vice versa, or together, to wake us up to even something even greater? Right?
Yeah, that's what it seems like is happening. At least
I've heard of that.
You've heard of that? You're muted, so maybe you want to be. He says something.
Yeah. I'm packing up my truck. Just so you know, I'm gonna get ready to drive home, but I'm gonna be on. But yeah, no, I've heard of that. I've heard of people saying that the Sasquatch people are some of them are here to kind of wake us up and some people say that about certain alien species as well. So just put that out there.
Yeah, well, we might have to read to define what that even means. Alien species, and I still think we're the alien species. So, but there's another entity popping out of a tree. Just to let you know, and I don't know if you, Mike, when you probably missed, or maybe you did. Maybe you saw the opening images, but it's, you go back and I filmed something that Brown Dwarf was entertained the conversation with me of the entity that looks like a Bigfoot materializing out of the tree, and it's right clear, the face and everything, the arms and all that. Here's another example of, I mean, are these Bigfoot that I filmed in a tree?
I don't even know what one is, so I can't even tell you.
See, here's a head right here, right? You can even see the beard. It's got almost like it's got a red hat, almost like a Santa Claus hat. And then you got these kind of more, I don't know, apish or gorilla, or I know it's a little, but you can still kind of see it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
There's definitely something there. Some things there. What those things are,
that's the mystery, huh?
But yeah, but they're there. That's the thing.
Yeah. Yep.
You can only. I'm gonna sound like I'm a broken record here. Oh, okay, Jimmy. Let me try. Let me try Facebook. I mean, how are we going to handle this? Once this can of worms is opened, there's not going to be no turning back. So then, what are we going to? I mean, these are philosophical questions, and questions that no one really. I sent it via Facebook this time, Jimmy, if you want to join us. So,
I see the casual conversations. Ladies were in chat. I don't know if they're still in there, but good evening, ladies. Good to see y'all.
Yeah, they can always come join us too. There's Jimmy, Mr. Jimmy Boots.
Hey guys,
join the crew.
Up? How y'all doing?
What's up, Jimmy?
Good. How about you?
I'm good. Weather's starting to break finally.
Oh my God, yes. Good. Mike, how's your day?
I feel a sense of relief as I spent an immense amount of time going over the images that I filmed on the 7th, the 8th, and the 7th, the 8th, and the 6th, but the 7th and the 8th in particular. And the number of entities and beings that I filmed in the two locations that I went, I'm overwhelmed by it. I mean, I'm used to filming stuff, but the number of stuff in the middle of the frickin' day.
Yeah, I see that person there, and that looks like in a hole in a tree right there.
Well, you guys probably didn't even see this. We started out, and as part of the cover, this is what I filmed. This is the date, the 7th at 4:51. Look at this. So, first of all, Jared pointed out something that was very interesting, that Bigfoot they believe it's Bigfoot, create like this perimeter or this like a giant nest. They'll throw like, a bunch of branches and logs, and they'll make like a circle. And you see this is almost like a nest. Inside this you're going to see
Dark area really stands out right there. It doesn't look normal.
yeah. And then I need to give me a second here to get it, because it's a shocking image, and at least in my book, and it is up there in importance of images in my book, because it demonstrates what's going on right there in there. This is what I filmed. This was in the center of it.
It looks like a dude in a suit.
It does look like a dude in a suit, but it's not a dude in a suit. And I can show you the image. The very next image afterwards, I filmed nothing there. Nothing. And this image.
So you did, like I said, take several pictures and then pan away, come back, take a picture, and then take more pictures again. Is that what you did?
Yeah, well, that's what I always do. So, but it was, I totally agree in your advice, but you know what I mean? So,
Well,
but, you know, what I do is I just kind of take a couple pictures here, there, everywhere. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? I kind of go with. I honestly think the spirits are leading me. That's what I think they're doing to these spots, and allowing me to film them for whatever reason. Maybe it's because it's time the secret is revealed, and that secret. And I'm not saying I'm the only person doing this. Obviously, other people have been doing it, just like you, Jimmy, for quite a while. I'm just another piece, another soldier, if you will, of revealing the truth. And I'm just going to be an unbroken record. I'm going to be a broken record for until I die, telling people about this, because quite frankly, this is a pretty important information in so many aspects of our reality. It's far more deeper than just a hobby, or just the paranormal research, or just Bigfoot research, or just what this has turned out to be is that we are really in a multi-dimensional, parallel universe, and the trees are going to be the sounding board, the projection screen, if you will, figuratively speaking, of revealing this. It seems to me, because if I do this and a few other people catch on to this and they do it, because I'm not doing much, I'm just pointing my camera at the trees.
Where you're taking photos at, is it do you look over there and catches your eye and then you take photos, or do you take the photos and then
I just look this? It's all automatic, man. It's just like I just let it. I just, they always say go with the flow.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I found this spot, I was going to a completely different place that was about miles away. I mean, at least 14 miles away. And I ended up stopping here. And by the way, this spot is about 1.5 miles from where I'm sitting right now, where all this stuff is. So it's just on the edge of civilization, if you will. It's on the edge of suburbia and farmland, right? And it's a spot I knew later on. I mean, I even been there as a kid, and high school is a place where everyone would go to party on the weekend. And I'm sure there's a lot of sex and fights and everything else going on there. You know what I mean? Who gosh knows what's been going on there. But why is that place so energetically active? Why is it there's so many images of entities? You know, I mean, when you look at this thing, so first of all, let's see which one is which. So we'll start with, because I mean, you and Brown Wars, he saw this, but so, and this is, let's see if I got all the images collected together at the same spot. So it's right here. Right here. It's not the original photo, so it's a little pixelated. You can tell that it's a distance. It's in this circle. So here's something to look for. of what I'm discovering. If you see a circle of like logs, like somebody is making some kind of like a wall, or you know what I mean?
It's like a little perimeter,
A perimeter.
tree lined. Yeah.
Look inside that. Film inside that is the first thing. And this is what I filmed. I mean, I can get back to this. So, and it's, you can see there's nothing. First of all, let's go back to this. There's no reason for it being so jet black and there's no deep shade there.
Right.
So that's a red, you know. So one of the things you're asking what I look for, if I see something that's really dark, it looks out of, I see something that looks anomalous, something out of place, I'm going to point my camera there. Just, you never know, right?
Right. Exactly.
And so this, you got this thing, and you can see that, first of all, you can see he's reaching out his long arms. It's only showing his upper part of his body. His lower half of his body and his legs are like melted or meshed into the tree. And it starts popping out. You can see the eyes. It's almost like it's mimicking too, like it's wearing glasses or some sort, but you know, it could be, but you definitely see the face, you see the hair, and that also there's another entity right next to it that's very cartoon-like. You can see the hands, the wrist, a face right there, and eyes. Even the long pant legs of black. Why does that person? And then there's an entity right there. It looks like a rock star of some sort, or a woman. I don't know. But the biggest thing is of real focus is this right here. And if I can prove to you by showing you, because I have the time statements. If I can find where it was. A matter of seconds later, it's not there. Neither one is there. Or at least that entity. Where are you now? I gotta find it. We did it earlier with Brown Dwarf. As you can tell, I have a ton of pictures. And it's ridiculous how number of pictures I got. But I discovered you have to do it. You can't just.
Oh yeah, you can't just take a couple.
I gotta find it. Well, the beginning of the show, I don't know where I did it with them. Oh, it don't matter. You go to the back to the beginning of the show if you want, and you know, some time into it. Well, here's another. Look at that sucker right there.
Wow.
Once again, they got these helmets. And they got these, like, okay, it's got like, you can see his eyes. His eyes are like, holy crap, I got spotted. If you look at it, it's quite, look at it, it's like, oh, or, you know, is it in pain? Are these things stuck in the trees? What's going on? Is it an ancient soldier? Is it an ancient, I mean, look at it. It's got like the ear guard right here. It's got the helmet. It's almost like it's got a mask on again. And it's got the two eyes just poking out. I mean, does that qualify to you gentlemen as pareidolia?
No, I don't think so.
Jimmy?
No, you can see stuff in it. And I see this other guy over to the left. Looks like he's got a goatee. Yep, you got it.
Are these the spirits that we're dealing with? When you, Michael, when you're getting these, you know, from your voice box and you get responses, I mean, at this point, I mean, how do we know at all that we're dealing with, we're talking to, or maybe they are early form of humans? You know what I mean?
Whenever I'm out, whenever we go anywhere in the, just out in the woods, different locations, West Branch or wherever, and whenever I'm listening and I get messages, even the EVPs I've caught, I'm always, wondering what's talking to me. Could it be spirits? Could it be somebody's spirit talking to me? Or could it be something else, like some of the beings that we've captured on, thermal, and you see that they're multi-dimensional, or they're not a creature, they're something else. Could they be communicating through that? Could it be them I'm hearing and not a person spirit? That thought crosses my mind, and sometimes the messages make me think that it's not. It is something else. It's not a person spirit.
It could be a bad spirit. It could be a fallen angel.
Yeah.
I mean, do we even have the right terminology? That's another question.
Yeah, right.
I mean, if talking about, here's one that looks more like alien with the big eyes and the head, and then there's another one that looks more human. One side is popping out like a human, the other side you can clearly see it's popping out of the tree. You could probably argue that, oh, that's just pareidolia, right? You can't argue that one. It's part of pareidolia. How many entities have I filmed that look just like what we call aliens popping out of trees?
Mm-hmm. You remember that one photo that I sent you? It was like it was a infrared, black and white, night vision photo, and it looks like some kind of an alien like being that's looking around the tree. That one had the same kind of had the wide eyes, and it had almost like that slightly triangular kind of head, but not like a perfect triangle, but it kind of had that shape to it with the eyes wide.
Right.
Yeah, that one, that kind of looks similar to some of the faces, or some of the, that are coming through the trees. Kind of looks like that.
It is some weird, when it gets really energetic.
Look at that.
It gets super energetic, and in between those trees, I'm telling you, it produces some kind of energy, some kind of energetic field in the forest. And when these trees and the branches interact with each other, that's why I call them, they're like the neurons. They're sending signals, just like our neurons send signals to each other, right? In our nervous system. The trees are the nervous system as well to the world, this creation. And when in forest, you got all these little branches interacting with other branches, and they're sending this energetic energy between each other. It becomes like this. It's like, okay, we talk about portals and how they open up, and there's something energetic about it. It's like a whole forest or a grove or just a whole collection of trees can produce
like some
the
kind
right
of
amount of energy to make this thing happen.
Like an energy network, right?
Yeah. And so it becomes this big glob, this big plasmic blob, if you will, that envelops at certain times a patch of the forest or the whole forest itself, and it becomes very active. And when you go in the woods, if you guys ever noticed and felt the sense things, that it's like a little different in the woods than it is in other areas. Can you feel the difference?
I got an intersection right down here when I come home from work every night. Only that intersection, I won't even stop there because I feel something so strong there, like somebody has died there. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You definitely can feel your energy from different sources. That's for sure.
This is another example of one of these. It's almost like a cross between, I don't know, but you can see it's got like bird's wings.
What's the history about that area? Do you know?
Those big eyes and all that. Well, this area, the legend, so the rumor is that a young man was decapitated driving his motorcycle really fast down this road, this dirt road and all that, and this bridge. But the bridge is famous for parties. It's like a party scene. It's like when, you know how in high school there's like certain places everyone congregates a little outside of, you know, the reach of mommy and daddy, you know, or to have a fight. Lots of fights there in the past. I'm sure there was a lot of sex there, you know what I mean? The cars and making out and God knows what. But I'm telling you, I'm sure. I mean, everyone's always had. It's also, I think it's one of those things. Well, that changes too, man. It goes from this to that. And then it's got this really, and it's like the wings and everything's. Anyways, so I'm assuming, you know, a lot of people I know get the heebie-jeebies, right? That's that entity again.
Yeah.
I mean, you see the big eyes, and then this is like a half bird, half bug thing. But there it is, and it's not a pareidolia. So.
No. I get so tired of hearing that word.
Yeah, I'm sorry for saying it myself.
No, not you. I'm talking about when people see a pic or something, that first thing they say it is. You can clearly see that guy was walking.
Another example.
That's why I always do that stuff. You know, like we all have our own little traits we do when we take pictures, you know. Mine is take several. And I don't move my feet. I take several. I just turn to the left. I'll take some more, or to the right. Then I come back and I take them the exact same picture there. You know, so then I know if somebody came or left or was there that wasn't there, and or has been there and hasn't moved, then maybe that was, you know, the tree or a shadow or something, you know. And it has really worked very well for me. Just like your technique works for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you seem to have a lot of success indoors. That's the one thing with your smoke and all that, which I have never really spent any time. Actually, I don't want to find out what's in my, I can only imagine. But so you look at this. This is what Mike saw, Jimmy. The night that the face came out of the tree, this is what came out of the tree.
Yeah, it was like up towards the upper part with the spread of the branches at the top.
You saw that?
Yeah, I didn't see this photo till recently, but when we were there, the cameraman was filming and I was filming on my my phone, and I saw something like transparent, like not very big, almost like half a torso size, but it was kind of like transparent, like, but I saw the movement go up the tree, and then I seen the same thing again. I don't know if it was the same one or more than one, and I called that out. I told Jack I seen that over at the tree, and then the tree that was right next to it, he's like, I see it, there's something right up there. And I looked up there with my light, and when I looked up there, I saw that face, and it was like tilted like this looking at me, and I happened to like just look, and it was the first thing I saw. As soon as it, like, I saw it and it saw me, I saw it take its head, and it was like it ducked its head to the side real quick. And that's when I was like, whoa, I'm like, what I just saw was actually looked like a face, and it was looking at me, and then it looked away real quick.
So MT, that's wow. Once again, that's amazing, man. And good evening, brother. Let me see. Okay, Jimmy, brother Jimmy.
Hey,
good evening, bro. Man. Good to see you. So MT, do you think that's a because it looks like a Sasquatch? Do you think that's a Sasquatch there, or were you guys? Excuse me, were you guys?
Which image are we talking about?
That face.
The face.
Oh, the face one. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll go back to that.
What were you doing? Were you guys investigating? Were you in a well-known Sasquatch area? You know.
Well, the area we were in there, it's not in West Branch where we usually go. It's a different area. He got somebody reached out to him and told him about this area, and there apparently had been sightings of some kind of creatures like started coming up on the radar, people reporting it, calling it in, and they say it was like coming out of like this, it was like a pond or like a bog and seen in and around it. And so we're like, well, let's go check it out. You know, he called me up. He's like, you want to go check this out with me? I was like, sure, let's go. So we spent a couple hours there or more, and I would wander around and I'd kind of got a feel of the place, and I'd set up my devices, you know, set up the REM pod, and I'd see if anything would communicate and talk to me. And from time to time, it seemed like it was. And then just some weird experiences there. Like we heard several knocks and we heard lots of noises. Sounds like screams. We heard screams a lot. Sound like a woman screaming at times.
Wow.
I heard some weird, like almost like owlish sounds, but they sounded like screams. And like I posted my my video. His was live, which went up on his YouTube channel, and I posted my video on my channel from the second time. It's uploading now, but the first time I uploaded it a few days ago, and I started it off like I usually do with some of the highlights from what happened. And I started it off with where we're standing there and you can hear that scream just come out of nowhere. And we're just standing there like, what was that? You know?
Wow.
And so like everything that I do since I started doing this, it's everything I do is all documented. Everything I do is recorded, whether it's audio and video. It's usually both.
Awesome.
And I try to just everything I record, I always post it. And I always like get down to my audio program and I listen for EVPs. And then I always sync the audio with the video, and I always play those EVPs when they come up, when they happened. You know, I never like my EVPs. I don't just find them and then put them in wherever. I always like have my audio and video synced, so that way when they happen is when I post them at the spot, you know, at the timeline.
Okay, cool.
So that works sometimes for like good evidence when you get replies to questions, or, you know, sometimes you'll be talking and then you'll hear an EVP that sounds like they might be answering you or hearing you, and they'll say something. So I try to like keep that together so that shows when it seems like you got an intelligent response because they hear you.
Right on, man. I'm definitely going to be checking your channel out, and I love that you're documenting and sharing. I try to do that as much as possible too, man. I do a lot of documenting as myself, and I do a lot of sharing as well, man. And yeah, I have a feeling we're going to become pretty good friends, bro. You have a nice vibe. I've been vibing with you tonight, and it's been good, man. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. You too. Hopewell Mound. There is a Hopewell Mound right by me here, and I've been there several times. And that place,
Pennsylvania,
place,
right?
man. What's that? I'm in Ohio.
Oh, you're in Ohio?
Yeah, Northeast Ohio, over in Portage County.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. But the Hopewell Mound.
I'm sorry you live in Ohio. No, just kidding.
Sorry that I got my Cleveland Browns, huh? Yeah, man. That place is a great place. I've been there and I've filmed there and documented there. I actually got an EVP of a native speaking.
Wow.
It wasn't on my audio recorder. It actually came through the camera microphone. Okay. And from my experience, anytime you actually get an EVP that comes through on the frequency enough that you can pick it up on just a camera microphone, it's usually always really like, it's really clear. And it sounds like somebody's right there with you. And if you pick it up on like an audio recorder, a digital one, the frequency sometimes could be really low and you have to amplify it. But yeah, that one, if you ever hear that, it said, "Hey Tutoka." And Ramona said that's Lakota and it's saying granddaughter.
Wow.
So it may have been like residual, like something calling their granddaughter, someone like a grandparent. She said it was a grandmother. And some of the stuff I documented backed that up too, because I got a message that said grandma when I was there. And I kept saying grandpa because I thought it was grandpa. And then Ramona said, no, it's grandmother. And then I got a message that said grandmother. And I'm like, I messed up. And it was like, she got tired of me saying grandpa, you know, all the time, that it was grandma there. That kind of stuff is pretty cool when that happens.
Oh yeah, man, definitely. And a salute to Diesel. I seen Diesel. I don't know if he's still in chat, man, but big salute to King Diesel out of New Jersey.
If
Yeah.
my chat froze, I'm
You
missing a
guys
lot.
see, look, check out this dude. He's staring right at me. Look, his two eyes right there is his nose. He's got a beard. He's got something on his head again. You see his arm and his hand.
There's so many you capture with beards.
Yeah,
You know,
and so
there you go. Historical, right? In the past, that was probably a.
they all look like characters from freaking Tolkien's novel, a book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they all look like Lord of the Rings. I got this. We have to be living in multiple parallel dimensions.
Yes, we are.
They have to be doing what they're doing side by side with us. We don't recognize it. We don't see any of the physical. Most time their physical presence, but they're there. We once in a while see. I'm starting to wonder. Because the big question is about like these tree structures, right? The T structures, X structures, and all that. And we're still debating it, and it's just an idea, and I can't prove it one way or another. But I'm starting to think that these are actually symbols and signals to us, not to them, each other. What do they need it? I think that they're manipulating the physical realm, the force, and all that, to wake us up.
Yeah, almost like there may have been some kind of a relationship that was understood a long time ago, and then over the years it went away. You could say.
Oh, it was exterminated from us, right?
It's almost like maybe they're reaching out, like hey, nobody's in touch with us anymore. Nobody's trying to talk to us or knows we're here like they used to.
I kind of get that what you guys saying about that reaching out, because I always have believed that when they know you can interact with them, you can hear them, you can see them, any way that you do it, then they come by the dozens, boom, boom. Just like when you hear your ghost box session, you'll hear Bob, Mary, Sam. They're always trying to get their names out. But my manager took a picture the other day to show me the clouds up in the sky and the moon, and just how neat it looked when he stormed after they came through. And I was just looking at him tonight, showing Liz. And I got to look, and I said, Liz, look at this. And there was several spirits along the neighbor's fence line or trees over there next to our shop. Now he has nothing to do with paranormal at all. Nothing. And they were on there. And I mean, you can definitely tell these were something from the paranormal side. And my friend Jeff was filming me on the old bike leaving work one day, and I was looking on that, and there was a lot of stuff on that from him filming, clear as day. You know what I mean? It seems like lately, with everything going on in this world, it just seems like there are more and more and more of the spirits and the paranormal side coming out. I think we got battles going on. I hear the on my ghost box session, I have a lot of spirits between human and non-human and demons, and they're together. They're there together, and you hear when they say like a demon's coming, they actually defend us there.
Yeah.
That
backs up a lot what I get with messages.
Brown Dwarf dropped off.
Yeah, he probably lost it again. But what you're saying there, Jimmy, like I get it's common where I'll hear some messages, and sometimes it'll be a message that'll say there's a bad entity or something like that, and then you'll get message sometime relatively in the same time period that'll be like, it'll say, I can protect you, or I will protect you. And
they'll fight. They'll literally fight them. I mean, I got videos of this stuff, and when
can I share this real fast with Brown Dwarf and Mike? This is a Bigfoot that I believe is a Bigfoot. It looks like a Bigfoot that I filmed on Thursday. no, Saturday, and oak openings, and you can see once again. You see how there's his arm.
Oh, his arm. Okay, I thought
Yeah,
that might be the
really
point he had again.
There's his head. This is like his mustache, his nose, his two eyes, his head. And because once again, it's got like a hat, a helmet of some sort, or like you see the mouth, and it goes. And then there's another one right here, and then there's like a bigger one, and what you can see what's happening here. This is a great example of what's going on in these trees. I can't believe they got this. Well, I can believe. I'm just. But every time I'm shocked. This is a great example of how they're toteming, making a totem pole, and I believe that they're actually traversing this tree using it.
Look at his head, Mike. Look how far it's sticking out from the tree. You know what I mean?
I know.
So that's not like a dark spot in the tree. I mean, obviously it's not.
Well, look under him. There's a dude, once again, a cloaked dude. There's his nose, his chin, his two eyes. He's got this cloak over his head. There's another entity, of course, blurring and there's something right here, but it's a great example of what a place to look for in a tree when it's really, really black like that. And I mean, it's so out of place. It looks like, how did it, if it was a tree, how did it get burnt in just that one spot, 15, 20 feet up in the air? It didn't get burnt. That's why.
Yeah.
And you can see it looks like a burnt spot on the tree, but it's not a burnt spot. It's actually spirits, and they manifest. And it's like these Sasquatch or things that I don't even know. I don't even shouldn't call them Sasquatch, but something that looks like a Bigfoot that wears like an ancient style like helmet that for like battle, and then we got the druid looking occultist priest dude. They're always together. Something that looks like an alien, but anyways, and I don't see a totem of a coyote, a wolf, a eagle, a bear. I see totems like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that also brings up a very important question. Was the totems like this before, and that maybe the Native American populations had to dumb their totems down in order to even have a totem, being that we live in this very fascistic culture that's pretty much dominated by the Vatican? And you got to do exactly what they say and believe, or else, especially back then when they're conquering the land, right? You're going to simulate be like us, or are these the memories of the ancient shamans? I mean, it's when you look at the damn thing, I shouldn't say that way. I should I should be like, wow, this is really what a awesome experience. But it's troubling me because 2023, I'm filming this stuff. Certainly others are filming it too. If they're not, it's time to start so that you guys realize I ain't making this shit up. You know what I mean?
That's right. You know what I'm going to do too, Mike? I decided, and I don't know why I decided tonight of all times earlier, I am going to write about all my accounts with the big guy. Not the other stuff, just about the Sasquatch, all the things I went through for a couple years with Sasquatch. And you know what? I don't care if people want to believe it, don't believe it. I'm going to give them what I was shown. And so I'm not going to, and it's not like theories, because this is stuff that I was shown. So people can take it any way they want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm going to give them what they gave me for people to see. And it's quite a bit. And why did they do that? I think they did that because they want people to know. They want. I mean, one simple thing that they showed me, and it was actually in my dream. I had one dream about them, and one only. And let me tell you, in the dream, they were some ugly scum. Oh my God! But they showed me what they like to do. There are many. They showed me there are many, and they love to look through the windows. They like to watch us.
I think they're watching us all the time, and it's just
yes.
It's like to think that it's not going on is a 24/7 period is. I think that's we're being greatly well. It's understand if people don't believe it and can't accept it because this truth has pretty much been crushed. And it's only now coming out, and it's only by, I would say, an act of the Creator, God Himself, if this goes to the next step, the next level. You know what I mean? Because the implications here are devastating to all aspects of our culture. Everything will change. Religion will have to change.
Right.
Science will have to change. Culturally, we're going to have to start having a different attitude towards the forest and trees. Wiping out a 200-year-old tree might become an actual crime, as it should be.
Sure, sure.
And I'm not a tree hugger, but after knowing this stuff, I'm like, you just can't. Here's another entity manifesting in a tree. One of those a bearded guy. He's got the long nose, 2 eyes. He's wearing some kind of hat. It's kind of broken up right here. And you can see, and he's just there. I mean, what are they look human, but they also are extremely exaggerated as far as their expressions. Another example of a dude with one of those pointed hats. You see the 2 eyes. He's got like this. He looks like something from a cartoon. What were those? Oh God, what was the name of that cartoon or the kids show that all the guys were dressed up like aliens or robots? Anyways, you can see it, and it's shiny as all get out, and you can. It doesn't fit. It doesn't. It's clearly. And I mean, the big question is, why are they? Why don't they look like Uncle Bob or Aunt Beth? You know what I mean? Why do they look like they're something from the very distant past?
Right.
There it is again. I mean, you can see it as clear as day. It doesn't fit in.
I got this one picture, Mike, where you can see it. The teeth. That one white one.
There's another example of a gray one manifesting out of a tree. So the other one. I mean, you can see it's manifest. There's the eye. There's the nose. There's the mouth. There's the head, and it's not. Is that the thing that you saw, Mike? Is that something like that thing? But it's just a little more detail and not so.
Well, when I saw it up in the tree and I saw its head and then I saw it move and the shape of its head, everything looked more similar to like human, like, like it had like a defined round head, like it was bald. And at least at first glance. And then when I saw that photo, I really recognized the similarity between that photo and when I first looked at it. So, I think it was just the difference of lighting versus what was captured on that screenshot. But there's a lot to that I remember when I looked up there and I saw it, especially the shape of its head and the fact that you can make out the eyes, but the rest of the face was kind of hard to make out. That's another thing that stood out to me. But it was like, it looked like whatever went up there was moving, because I saw something go up a tree right by it first. So it was something was in motion already going up, and then that was up there.
I mean, there's the gray faces, there's the white faces, there's the black faces. Are they all the same entity? Are they different types of entities? These are all questions that are gonna be raised, and do these things actually manifest and end up look like a Bigfoot, a Sasquatch?
Yeah, I mean, I never thought about even really getting into any like cryptid research or studying it. And then, like I said, what I experienced at West Branch kind of started making me realize that there's some things that are out there that aren't just what you thought were just spirits of people. There's something out there that is more what looked like physical. So that kind of got pulled in and started working with others that were already doing that kind of research. And so I'm kind of, picking it up as I go, what else is out there. And there's a lot of stuff that opened my eyes.
Well, I think, I don't know. I think, well, I'm going to offer up the suggestion. Can I offer a suggestion that's unsolicited?
Sure.
Mike? Okay. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. You see his arm? You see his hands? His wrist? And there's his head on top. It's all weird looking.
Wow.
Sounds like a Native American. It's like it's a, and I mean, you see the bark is going a different direction than the actual main trunk. You know what I mean? You can see the fingers. Anyways, maybe is it a good idea? Maybe that when you're when you guys are out there, that maybe start taking more stills, or have one guy designated take the stills while another guy does the video. You know what I mean? I know you're kind of limited to two guys, so that's going to be kind of a tricky thing. But I would suggest that you guys do try my approach and see if it works. Because if it does work, then we're and then if somebody else tries it, and I know that Jimmy tries it, and if we can build up the database that says, part of the field investigation is that we really need to use something like P900s, P1000s, at high resolution, and take pictures, stills, because basically that's what's happening anyways, right? Except I noticed that with the video camera, it's not really designed to take great detail of a still, whereas when you specifically take stills, it will capture more detail. It's just an inevitable thing. So
that
you know what I mean?
I take stills all the time. Yeah.
So and then at nighttime, just figuring out how to do that. Now, what I do is I use a flash at night, and that does help me to pick up a lot of orbs and spirits, especially ones that are very misty and all that.
And what I was thinking about, the photos. I've been thinking about the photos, but what I could implement, what we're trying now is with the ultraviolet lights, is not only use that with just your camera without IR, just your camera in the dark, but illuminate it with the ultraviolet beam. While I'm doing that, take still shots at the same time for nighttime.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of things. I think that's where the problem is I don't, if I'm right about this, I don't think they care. I think they might care if like you're really a bad dude, a bad spirit of yourself. They might like be like, we're not going to give anything to this dude because he sucks. You know what I mean? And they might get a bad vibe. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking, right? I really don't. They're not talking to me. And but if it's true that we're dealing with mostly interdimensional spiritual beings that really have nothing to be afraid of us about, then, and if you guys can, instead of 2, maybe getting 3 or 4 guys and everyone designated with specific roles, that way you're not overwhelmed with everything. You know what I mean?
Yep,
if you could find people who be willing to be generous enough to work as a team and not worry about themselves so much and what, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That way, one person could be doing the stills, one person would be running a camera, another person would be running the EVP, the other one would be, everyone have their specific roles, and that way, I think a lot more will truly be accomplished. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think here's the problem. 2 is company, 3 is a crowd. And man, you get a dozen dudes together or gals, it's inevitable it becomes a train wreck unless there's really a captain of the team that everyone follows. And so that's part of the dilemma too, right? Because egos get in the way, and then people just have different agendas, and people are just focusing. People are different. I mean, everyone's different, and no one's the same at any given moment, right? So, you see this in other things in life, right? I mean, I've seen it firsthand, whether I've had old businesses or when I was in bands, and just egos and just getting 3 or more guys together and everyone getting along and being on the same page and all that is difficult. But it's necessary for success. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I believe it's going to be necessary for success that, because and you guys seem like you might have the ingredient to make it happen because you got this kind of personality. It's the personalities.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that being done with 2 of us, but most likely there'll be 3. Trapper and Jack are usually always together, and then I'm kind of the third person. Once Tin Man comes back, they usually have like 3 people that run 3 or 4, and with me, that taking some still shots, that's something that I kind of been thinking about. So I am going to start doing that some more.
Now, here's the thing, though, about still shots and taking them is it's a lot of friggin' work. It's more work. It is 10 times more work than actually making a video of just posting it on YouTube. You know what I mean?
That
it really is a lot of work
like that because it's a lot of work doing videos for sure.
Because you have to run through each individual image to find something there, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then somehow present it to people in a way that makes sense. And that will be. So that's the other thing. So that's why I'm saying if you could, it's really. I mean, like for me, it's a necessary sacrifice that I'm willing to do because I care enough about the topic, right? But you got to really want to know the truth because, like I said, for every 1 hour of that I go out in the field and take stills, there's a whole day of analyzing them, breaking them down. And most of them end up, it's duds. You know what I mean? There's nothing there but trees, which is good in one sense. It's good that there's still trees around, but you know what I mean? It's another thing is that, it's just a lot of work, man. It's just, but if you guys could find a way to do that, find a guy or someone who's willing, because I think I like, okay, this one is bizarre as all get out. I want to see if you guys can see the lady in the dress. Can you see the lady in the dress?
I see it.
Can you see it, Mike, yet?
I'm looking still.
Well, you said Brown Dwarf said he saw it.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see her.
So you can see this is her upper torso right here. This is the dress.
I saw something else.
Can you see the dress now? The bell shape of the dress. Upper torso. There's one arm up here.
Yeah, that's a tall lady, huh?
Well, it's in the tree.
Yeah. If you look, what
the hell's up? What is? What the hell? All I can say is what the hell? What the heck?
Looks like a small person over there to the left. It almost looks like a doll to the middle left of the screen.
Right here?
I saw that. I thought, yeah, like, yeah, right over by there. Right.
It's like a troll, like.
Well, like, thing. Yeah, right there, right where you're just circling. It looks like, I don't know. To me, it looks like a little person there, a little dress.
Oh yeah, there is like a little dress. It's like a doll.
Yeah, that's what I look like. That's what I saw when I first looked. I thought that was it.
And then it's just like a dress that's upside down, but you can definitely see. I mean, that's not part of the tree. It's like freighted dress. I think that's a pretty special picture myself. How often do you see a dress just in the middle of a tree? I know it's cognitive dissonance. I know it might be hard to accept, but there's the head. You can even see the eyes. There's something on her head again, as usual. Like a cloak or some sort. I mean, when you're looking at these trees or when you're in the woods, I mean, especially your guys' area is supposed to be a haunted place. I mean, I think it's some good data to remember that when you're in the trees, it's not just going to be a monkey-looking thing or a Bigfoot-looking thing. It could be a woman in a dress that comes down. Mm-hmm. Right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I never expect to see anything specific. I'm always, especially after seeing that face in the tree looking at me, I definitely wasn't anticipating that.
Yeah, well, it was a baptism by fire, but it was a good thing it happened, and it happened at a time when you were thinking about and prepared for it. I mean, just imagine if you were somebody who wasn't having other, people to talk to you about this stuff, and that happened. You know what I mean? Just out of the blue.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how? Well, what could happen? I mean, somebody would be scared to death and never go in the woods again ever in her life, right? Like you hear all the time, because
hopefully they start searching for it on social media now. That look how many you could find pretty much anything. People that have experiences like that and they're kind of worried about it, they go on social media. They could find others. Maybe they'll find their way over to like channels like ours, and
Well, yeah, it's clear that you guys are going to grow. You're going to have. You guys work together as a team. At least Cameraman's going to have thousands of subs. That's all right. He seems to be the. I mean, this is right there in the tree. Who? So, yeah. I mean, there's that thing. You see the big red eye thing with the nose, and it has like what's weird, it has like a helmet on it that's made out of leaves. But remember, there's no leaves. So I don't know, but it's got like a big helmet that's made out of a leaf. And it goes like that. It's like a pope, or it's like it looks like the helmet from that you would find on Planet of the Apes. And anyways, I appreciate you guys spending your night with me. I do value you guys, and those in the chat definitely. Brown Dwarf, thank you for joining. This is
Hey,
I've been hoping to do this, and it just happened that you decided to do it. So I hope it was
lined up, man, and it worked out. It was really fun being on. I appreciate it, man. It's really smooth. I was able to work and take a break and get home, and dude, it's really smooth and comfortable here, man. And we go far out, man. We went deep down that rabbit hole, opened up those portals, and it gets wild here, man. I love it. Keep it up.
Yeah, well, if you definitely, that's it's always been my MO is to go a lot further than maybe I should. It causes a lot of trouble at times, but you know what?
No, dude, I'm sure there's people that dude, take us to town square tomorrow morning, and
They would. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow, but
hey.
we have to talk this talk. We have to start doing it. We can't just, because what happens is you get stuck in these limited hangouts, and you feel like you're really on top of your game until you find out you're not on top of your game. You know what I mean?
Right. And I was going to mention something else. It's kind of slipped my mind there, but fun, man. Thank you.
That's how we network, right?
Hey,
that's how we
each one
teach
one.
Yeah, we get to talk to each other and share our experiences, and sometimes you find out others have experienced the same kind of things, and it kind of keeps adding to your mental notebook of things to keep in mind when you're out there.
For sure, man. Hey, and we need to get how are we going to get Diesel on here?
I don't know. He never wants. He doesn't. Diesel's a hardworking dude.
Yeah,
he's not a talker, is he? He's just
Diesel's Diesel,
which is all right, man. And his research is very. I mean, I do believe that there's a connection with that. What is that stuff called again? On the trees, the fungal growth. I would not be surprised.
Chaga.
Yeah, I would not be surprised that whatever's going on in the trees with these spirits is a contributing factor to it.
Yeah, remember I was mentioning the mycelium. So we mentioned mushroom, and chaga is a mushroom. And yeah, I've heard some far out stuff about mushrooms, and some people even referring them. I don't know if you're familiar with Terrence McKenna.
Sure.
He used to say that the mushroom, the psychedelic mushroom, it could be almost like alien. Some people refer to octopus as also being almost alien-like. But yeah, he mentioned the mushroom, and I just found it fascinating. You could look his stuff up, man. It's really good.
I watched him like 10 years ago. I watched just about everything he's
awesome.
You know what I mean? I haven't really listened to him lately. Yeah. Actually, I was really, like I said, heavy into the truther movement, and of course he's part of it and all that. And cool. I didn't ayahuasca. I didn't do any of that stuff. I didn't. But then again, I'm already kind of something happened to me. I wonder. Anyways, so they would say you have a third eye open. I'm like, yeah, it happened to me. I didn't do anything, but I just think some people it's open when it's time to be open because it serves a greater purpose, something else's purpose, these things' purpose, God's purpose, the Creator's purpose, whatever. There's beings. I mean, I know it's like it troubles people to talk this way, but I don't think that any of us are running solo. I think there's a whole bunch of these things that are manipulating us and creating this synchronistic situations that happens. Like you showing up tonight, and then Mike showing up tonight, and then Jimmy showing up tonight, and me doing the research, and we talking together and having this honest conversation that would not have happened if these things didn't put everything in line. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't happen. And it's not going to happen without their influence beyond this, which I hope it goes beyond this point. I'm not trying to start a cult. I'm not trying to exploit these things. I'm not trying to exploit anybody else. I'm just doing what I just know. And I believe everyone else probably in this room is the same thing. Is we believe in this. We know there's something. No, take this back. We don't believe this. Every single one of us in this room is a knower. Every one of us. We've had our experiences. We've seen the data. There's no way to say there's not something going on.
Right.
And if the rest of the world wants to look down on us as a bunch of nutcases, well,
Hey, we got each other.
Mm-hmm.
It was Tesla. He went through all these other great minds did that. Look at this guy. He looks like a Native American, or is he African? African descent, Moors. People don't talk about it, but they are talking about it. And people, that was completely obliterated. Let's talk about, all the different cultures, the hundreds, if not thousands of different tribal cultures throughout Africa that nobody knows a jack squat about, except for a few people. That in them, it's all spotty at best, right? And then it goes on and on. We don't know, honestly, if we're honest about North America, Central America, especially North America. There are people who study the cultures of these different populations, but when you really break it down, honestly, there's very little that we know about them. How did that happen? And you could say, well, conquerors, they create the history, they rewrite the history, and all. Yeah, okay. How are we at 2023 even speaking this way? They even accept it. We all been robbed. Doesn't matter what our ancestral background is. Every single one of us has been robbed of our history. Every one of us. And I believe this is part of it. And this is going to be part of what's not only going to reveal that we have multiple parallel universes, but that we also have a very rich and dynamic and magical, which I never thought I'd ever would say in my life. And I never believed in it, but it's clear that it is. We have a very magical past, a mystical and magical past that's a gazillion times more special than anything that was ever offered to us in any school, any church, any movie, any book. I mean, there might be some books out there. There might be some cool. There are YouTubers. There's a lot of researchers that are working parallel with us, right, to reveal a bigger picture. And I'm sorry to be a preacher. I sound like a preacher, don't I? I know I'm telling the truth. I'm not making any shit up. I know I'm telling the truth. What do we do about it? We have to, I think we have, well, if we have a conscience and we care, then we have a duty to our own spirits and our own souls to tell the truth and to search for it, right? And to really, really go for it. You know what I mean? We don't have to be reckless about it, and we don't have to be, foolish about it. But at the same token, this is the new frontier. If you really think about it, you know what I mean? It is, which is weird, and it truly demonstrates that life is cyclical. Uh, this is what was the old frontier is going to once again become the new frontier. This is much deeper than just, for most people, it's just going to be sensationalism and having the experience. But some of us, we know this is far deeper. This is equivalent as what Tesla did when it came to free energy, and they destroyed that or erased that from us, right? Or kept it from us. But people are working on that and bringing that back. I think this is part of that story as well. We are on the cusp of something extremely important that's way beyond our imaginations, way beyond our even understanding. It's way beyond anything that's being done right now, and I think we all need to work together. If it's nothing more than just doing this and talking to each other and encouraging each other and supporting each other and letting each other know that it's that we have a mission that's much greater than we even imagined. Can anyone disagree with what I'm saying? Can anybody? What do you guys think? What have I been up to? What have I been saying here? Do you even understand what I've been saying?
Well, I think it's kind of like on each person too, like if like our resolve, I guess, or just if we're suited to continue and keep going, and keep going and keep learning more and keep documenting more, because that I think that's going to help, but I don't think everybody can necessarily do that. I don't think everybody can connect the same way. And, I think the people that see the things that like we've seen, I don't think that's necessarily meant for everyone.
Yet.
But we document it, right? We document it.
Maybe.
We try to show what's there, see if other people share it, and, see what we see.
What if we've been lied to about all this stuff? What if, we've been told that these things are demons and they're evil and they're all, and I know that some are. We live in a dualistic system, so of course some are going to be evil, but that also means some have to be good and some are just in the middle. And what if we just been sold a bill of goods, a bunch of BS about this stuff?
Yeah, like Jimmy, like you said, some seem like they're there to help, and they will try to help if there's negative energies or negative things around. So like you always say that there's good and bad, and it seems like I hear it. Like Jimmy hears it when you use your devices and communicate.
Yeah, these portals are opening up, and when they're opened, anything can come through. And they had the one that I did have here. The one spirit said, start filming. I said, where is he? He said, was in the bedroom. And then you can hear some of these other because as we are in life, we proceed in death. So some people, if they're an asshole in life, they're an asshole in death.
Mm-hmm.
If they're a comedian in life, they're a comedian in death. And some are pretty funny. But they would holler, oh, fight. And I said, well, who was fighting? They said, boy was fighting the demon. Well, boy is a 10-year-old, and life was a 10-year-old kid. And I'm thinking, what? And I said, well, who won? And they said, boy won. And the demon's gone. And for now. But you know what? He was 10 years old in life, but in death, he's a soul. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not a boy. He's not an adult. So, it is what it is. But yeah, there's so, I don't know. I'm like you, and I've seen so much more now than I have my whole life, and I've been seeing them all my life, and there's a reason for it. And I think something's going to go down. I think it's going to. Sometimes I feel like it might be happening while we're still alive.
Mm-hmm. I got a spirit named Glenn over at West Branch, and I think he's one of those guys that was just a real mean kind of person.
Right.
And I get EVPs of a man's voice, and I've heard the same voice, and he's usually saying something pretty negative, like "Don't call on me." I got an EVP when I was trying to talk to him, and I got that EVP said, "Don't call on me." I tried to ask a question for somebody else through chat one time,
Right.
and shortly after I asked the question, I hear that same man's voice, and I kid you not, I could let you hear this EVP. He said, "Ask me, who the F are you?" But he swore. And that's the same voice. And it's like every time I hear this guy's voice, he's always saying something, negative, or he's always being, he just has that, like, probably the same personality if it's a man's spirit that he had before. And there's his EVP of him being the same person.
Yeah. Yeah. It's everything. I don't know. It just amazes me. And I got this one. He always used the word faggot. Everything and everybody is a faggot. Faggot. It'll be nothing going on. You hear him go, faggot. And I'll never forget. I started laughing. I said, "Brother, you're funny, man." And he goes, "Faggot." And then he started laughing. I got a kick out of it because his human side of when, he still had humor.
It sounds like what a kid growing up in the 60s and the 70s was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it is amazing to hear I hear them say to each other, like, they'll go, "I'm sorry," or, I mean, it's just, I got recordings that will just blow you away. It's amazing. And then there's some that are tricksters that want to mess with you. And you'll hear other ones go, "No, leave them alone," or "Leave them alone. Don't do that." No. So again, there's that who we were in life precedes in death.
Yeah. And that same guy, I hear a woman's voice, and they're usually sometimes I picked up EVPs of them talking together, and you can hear bits and parts of them talking at the same time. Like one will be talking, then you'll hear the other.
Right.
And that same moment when I asked that question, and he said, "Ask me, who the F are you?" Probably a few seconds right after that, I heard the woman's voice, and she said, "Go ahead, ask us. We'll be here." It's almost like it seems like these two had some kind of relationship, and it's almost like she's kind of like, "Don't worry about him. It's okay." Like they recognize each other still, and they talk. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy when you hear that. You're just kind of like, whoa, I'm hearing like a conversation of somebody who apparently is dead, or their spirit, and they're still talking and communicating with each other and with you.
I fell asleep on one during a ghost box session, and I woke up, and you hear the guy in the ghost box goes, "You don't want no coffee?" It's on my Facebook too. You can go see it. It's amazing. I do know that sometimes I ask them, "Can you see me?" And some of them they'll say yes, and other times they'll say, "I can't see you right now." Or I'll come on, I'll start talking, I'll say, "Hello, how's everybody doing?" And somebody go, "Who's that? Who's talking?"
Do you guys see what I see here?
Well, I see a pretty mean looking face in the middle there, right there.
There's an eye right here, an eye right here, and you see a long nose, snout. There's the head.
Oh, I think you got that wrong, bro. I think that's his penis.
It looks like a dragon with red eyes. If you look at it carefully, that's a dragon's head.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Even dragons were real at one time, for real.
Huh.
You said even dragons were real, for real.
For real. For real, for real. Why would it manifest that way? Why would it show up that way if it wasn't real? What's the point?
No. I agree.
I'm not somebody who's into red dragons. I also know that it's chewing on that broken branch of that tree too. Shadow entity that some reason has red eyes. Now, people say that that's because they're aggressive or angry, but we don't know that.
Right, we don't.
This thing doesn't look aggressive or angry, and it's got red eyes.
I've seen that more than once too. Just red eyes. One time specifically, very red. So
Maybe it's
I've
just a
seen it a few
natural
times.
consequence because of the frequency that they're in. Period. I mean, honestly, when you think about it, they have zero to be afraid of us. All right. What the hell can we do to any of these things? Spirit wise. And even if it's in the flesh form, like a giant Sasquatch, I mean, unless you have, special forces with the latest gear and all that, you ain't gonna do nothing to these things. They have no reason to fear us. I don't understand. There's something else going on. I really do believe those tree structures have something to do with communicating to us. They have no need for it. They live in a different dimension. Multiple dimensions, right?
Oh yeah.
If they can manifest it out of any tree, then it doesn't matter if it has a big giant TP structure or not. These are all coming out of trees that there is no TP structure, there is no X structure, there is none of that. And so then, what is the point? And it seems to me that something is happening. Collectively by many different forces, including the spirit realm. I think they're using these tree structures to get our attention. And we're so, I hate to say it, well, let's just be honest. We really don't know what the hell's going on.
We don't.
They're trying to wake us up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was going to say we're all dumbed down, but we pretty much are. Even there might be a few people out there that truly know what's going on. I bet you there's quite a few, and they're not telling us what's going on. So, but you and I, here, we are like, when you think about it, we're like dudes in the fringe, and trying to wake up the majority. But first, well, have to take that. What's happening first is we are being woken up. And I think might be the reason is to wake up the majority. I don't know if it's going to be, I doubt it's going to be my voice, but it could be one of you four. It could be, it's going to just know the right thing to say and give the right information. And, people want to say this is because of CERN and this, I mean, maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe, honestly, I just think it's timing and I think it's technology. If there's going to be end of anything, it's going to be an end of an age. An age that's been dark for a very long time. The fact of the matter is, for many people, many historians, they still feel that we are still in the dark ages. Just now, trying to get out of it. What were we like 100 generations ago? 2,000, 4,000 years ago. What were we like 10,000 years ago? Who were we? We've all lost our identity. I mean, if that shadow entity looks like a dragon could show up, all bets are off my book about what the hell's going on here and what this world's all about. That's all I got to say. And okay, if it's not a dragon, it's something that looks like a dragon. That's got a beard, and I thought, aren't dragons supposed to have a beard?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I always heard there was bearded dragons, right, with red eyes. It's pretty deep conversation. I know. I honestly believe that the universe has put us four and Diesel and others in this live tonight because I know a lot has been said, and it's only the beginning. You know what I mean? I think a guy I like Brown Dwarf. Everyone likes him. Everybody likes you, dude. You might be the voice that or a voice that's necessary for this to go to the next level. You know what I mean? I'm a researcher that's really annoying, is very opinionated, and but once in a while I'm right about things. But I'm not the guy. I'm not, maybe it would be Jack. Maybe it would be Jimmy. I don't know. Somebody with a personality that can reach out to people is going to have to take this to the next level. And to me, it's really important. It's not just I don't belong to any cult. I don't belong to any group. I'm not an occultist. I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude from Sylvania, Ohio, that's for some reason was given a camera and the idea to put it and film trees. And this is what's popping up. And I don't know, man. If I can do it, I know anybody can do it. Anybody who so desires can do it. What?
I said, you can do it.
Yeah, anybody can do this.
Yeah.
And, I'm still alive. They're not attacking me. They're not destroying me. They're not ruining my life. It seems to me like they want to be revealed. And I think there's a logical reason for it. And one thing is their own existence, their own ability to traverse the three realms. We wipe out all these mature trees and everything. What the hell do you think's going to happen?
Here's a good food for thought. We had my dog likes these little balls, and we always throw these balls. And so we threw it in our doorway at the other house, and had this curtain that Liz made, really, pretty cool for the house we had for the theme. And the ball hit the curtain, fell to the floor. We get it, throw it again. Hit the curtain, fell to the floor, and we couldn't find it. So we looked all over for this ball for 3 days. We looked under everything. It was no ball. Then 3 days later, Liz is in front of the mirror at her dresser, and to the left is a wall, and then the outside, and the ball came across her face from the wall to the outside. So, and I know for a fact my friend was spending a night, and I was getting really aggravated because I felt like I had to keep babysitting him because he'd be kicking things while he's in his sleep, talking in his sleep, and I was getting upset. And one of the spirits goes there, picked him up. I watched this, picked him up, carried him over my dining room table. Your coffee table, and then threw him on the floor between my cameras that I was getting upset about because he kept kicking things and hitting my camera equipment, and dropped him. And the next day, I was talking to a spirit on a O.R.D app, and the girls, it was a female, said she did it, and she says, and you can tell him. But again, there's things where they can protect, but they also can hurt,
Yeah.
And they could pick somebody up. The female couldn't pick him up in life and throw him like that. So what else can they do, But that ball coming through the wall, and I had I don't know, you know what a jet sounds like when they hit the sound barrier, speed it down, and you had an explosion. Well, I've heard different explosions in that manner when something came through from the other side. Sometimes it'll be so loud that it sounds like thunder in your house, in the house you're at, or it can be soft and you have to hear it with headphones, but it's there. And I got a video of something coming out of my ceiling. It lit up. It came through. You hear the little the explosion, but you have to hear it with your headphones. So I think these are things coming through from the dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
So when they come through, but we're only given little things at a time. They never give us everything at one time. They just give us little things, little bits and pieces, like a puzzle, and we got to figure it out if we're supposed to figure it out.
Yeah, I've heard that when I've caught EVPs, a lot of times, I've kind of learned sometimes when I'm listening, a lot of times the very first part that is the indicator that I hear sounds like a break in the frequency. And sometimes you might think it's part of what's being said, but it's like it might be a mix of what's being said, but then usually after that first rough like sound, which sounds like, that's the best way I could put it. It sounds like something is breaking the frequency, and then you can hear something being said, or you can hear words. And I'm starting to like get an ear for that, and I can hear that, and then usually I'll pick up what I hear the most after that. But I hear that little like it sounds, I mean, I've never heard it like actually louder than just from an audio recorder, but you can hear a strange sound like that sounds like it breaks the frequency, and then I'll hear a voice or something being said that follows it. So that's why I think about the dimension thing, that it sounds like it's coming from somewhere, and it's like actually breaking into the frequency where you can hear it, which is still like without an audio recorder, you can't even hear it sometimes.
Right. Exactly.
What is that? Looks like his face is broke.
Oh, I got a cramp. Ow. Oh, sorry. Ow.
See his foot right there? Or no, it's his hand. It's actually his hand. That's his hand.
I'll be right back.
And he's like some kind of elf thing popping out of a tree. You can see the eyes. If it's pareidolia, it's the finest bit of pareidolia in the world. I love it. So it's like some kind of, you see one of the little people was, they talk about different groups of people. And I swear they do something to the trees too. They kind of, it's almost like people like entities or beings are frozen in time in it. I don't know how it happens. One day they'll be there, nothing there. Next day they'll be that, and it will stay there forever. But if it's pareidolia, I mean,
don't mind me. I'm walking a cramp out.
Well, I was gonna say good night, Mike, to everybody, because I'm gonna hit the sack here. I gotta get up in the morning.
Yeah, same here.
Right.
So, yeah,
I know I'm throwing a lot at you guys, and I appreciate you being there and listens. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on again.
Yeah, anytime. Mike,
night.
anytime. I've been thinking about you, and it's like I wanted to talk to you about some of the things I filmed, but I talked to you about Biggie, what he went through, and what happened to his Facebook page and his channel.
Biggie's?
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know. I thought it was still all right or still going. I haven't really heard.
I couldn't find it. Anyways, and then of course, so that Mike has his channel. It's MT Paranormal Life, and I'll make sure to put it in the information box. Brown Dwarf has his channel, Brown Dwarf, and he's on YouTube and also on TikTok. Are you on anything else, Brown Dwarf?
Yeah, I just recently started the Rumble thing, which like I don't see much activity over there, but I know people are starting to post and stuff over there. I haven't found too many people there. There's a few people there, but and then I do have an Insta, but I'm not too active on there either. But
What's the
yeah,
name of that? The new platform is supposed to be like the new TikTok.
I have no idea. I just been hearing about Rumble that they're just pretty free about stuff, I guess. But
Well,
yeah, I'm
there's
not sure about another platform.
YouTube Shorts has been trying to compete.
no,
Yeah,
there's
yeah, they're
there's
trying to
another
do
one.
like
I
the
can't think of the
TikTok
name
thing.
of it. I have to.
It's not MeWe, is it?
No,
Okay.
it's new and it's.
I have no idea.
I know a lot of guys are they're going from TikTok over there because there's less censorship and there's new freedom. So, usually these platforms, especially if you start on the early on one of these new platforms, you'll grow a lot faster. And plus, it's supposed to be. I don't have my phone near me. I can't think of the name of it. It's a different name than normal. Anyways, so you're on Rumble, TikTok, and YouTube.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the YouTube channel is just Brown Dwarf.
Yeah, it's brown_dwarf, like my name says there, and it should pop up. I recently put the underscore just because my name wouldn't pop up, but it should now.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna go on there and join the channel there.
Right on, man. And much appreciated. I got you too, and Jimmy, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, Jimmy.
You too. I'll hit you up on your site as well.
Yeah, and don't be a
All
stranger,
right.
Brown Dwarf, anytime, man. There's lots
Yeah,
of things to talk
definitely.
about.
I'm always on the tube somewhere. Now that I jumped on here, I'll be on more frequently, whenever invited or possible. But yeah, I'll be checking you guys out for sure, man.
Where you live at?
I'm up in Northern California, Southern Oregon area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Jimmy?
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where? What part?
Over by Harrisburg and York.
Okay.
Right in between there.
Yeah, I was just at the Hillview Manor in Newcastle.
Oh shoot! When was you there?
On St. Patrick's Day.
Oh wow!
I just did one of those 3-hour tours, public tours.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll make sure I give you all guys my information. That way, you're ever around this way, or I'm not your way, we can hook up.
Yeah,
sure.
It stinks because every time I'm really trying to work on stuff, and honestly, I'm like everybody wants to be on YouTube or TV, but nobody wants to do the work and really put the work out, the effort out. And it seems like the only time I meet people that do this is like people like you guys, but you're in California, Ohio. Now, if I already had something going and had the cash flow coming in, it wouldn't matter then. I just get on the plane and come and see y'all, But to get it started, people, I don't know, man. There's a lot out
of pocket expense, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a mess. And my family's from Ohio on my dad's side, so the Farrers. I'm not sure exactly where in Ohio, but I know they're from there. My grandfather, my dad's dad, was in the service in the World War II, and they were test flying the wooden airplanes, and they left from Ohio, and they actually crashed here at the Delaware Memorial Bridge in the lady's backyard, my grandfather tried to get it to the river. It caught fire, and he couldn't get to the river, and then there were these houses, so he dumped it on the side and saved the homes from burning up, and they all died there. But he was from Ohio too, so I'll find out where though, let you guys know.
That's all right. Cool.
Yeah, see if you guys.
Hey guys, before you go, I want to share one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's another example of the spirits that are crossed between a human being and an insect. There's a head right here, almost like a woman like with a crown, and then there's a head right here, right? These are the legs. And this is the top of it. So when you pay attention to it, there's like this little face right here. And that's not, it's like it's imposed over the tree, and you can see. And Brown Dwarf said that was something new to him about this spirits cross insects. And by the way, it's new to me. I didn't know about this stuff until, honestly, just first time I filmed anything. Remember I told you, Mike, that there's some that even look like insects. There are.
Yeah, and I have heard of like the mantis. As far as aliens and stuff, people report like mantis and
That's you.
insectoid, reptilian type. Those types of things. But yeah, these types of insects you're pointing out here are pretty trippy. I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah, they're wild. They're like insects with a human head on it. It's just what is that? I wonder what their rule in all of this is. But anyways.
There you go, Jimmy. Oh, I don't think it's going to show up. That's it right there, Jimmy Boots.
We went to the wrong one there.
Yeah, there's somebody that's got MT Paranormal, but I just mine. I put the life at the end.
Does yours you have a Facebook page or?
I got a Facebook group chat, like Facebook group.
Okay, I got the. I found this one. Wait a minute, this one. Well,
yeah, that's it. Or no, wait, that's
Okay.
me on O.R.D's. That was, I think, one of the episodes of yours when I was on there.
Oh,
Yeah, if you go to search in YouTube channels and just type in MT Paranormal Life with 2 L's, you'll find it.
Oh, 2 L's.
Yeah. Paranormal. Well, it's all like, it's all together, just paranormal and then life.
Now you don't have a regular Facebook page?
No, just my personal one.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just under my name.
And,
I don't have one for my channel.
I
I just have a channel group on Facebook.
And then Dwarf, you have one too, or?
No, I'm just on the YouTube and the other platforms that I mentioned. But you can find me on YouTube and shoot me a message, or I could give Michael my email later too.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's good to you guys contact. So,
And
if you guys
actually,
think about it, let other fellow researchers know about this. I'm not, as you know, I'm not, anybody's been paying attention. I'm not interested. This is not about me. This is about the work. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The research. So this is exactly what I want to do. Fellow researchers and people are really are doing more than just passively listening or watching. You know what I mean? But are actually doing something. So because we're the ones that are going to change things.
That's right.
I hope for the better for all of us, no matter what our background is and where we come from, how we see things. I think that, once we realize like there's like little boys in the trees and stuff like that, we'll go to the next level.
I think that came out a little wrong there, buddy.
Yeah. We're asking ourselves, what the heck's going on?
Right.
What do we do next to solve this mystery and not just I don't know what to say. But I've been doing this for last time I was live, Jimmy, it was 6 hours. This one's 5 hours. At least it's not 6 in the morning.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I think I've had enough myself. So
I'll get ready.
I'll try to remember, but we might be until tomorrow to put the information about your guys' stuff. And Jimmy, do you want me to put your Facebook page on the information?
Sure you can. And I'm gonna. I was so picky about. I didn't want to put anything up with us trying to get stuff together. And my brother helped me out in California, but I'm going to go ahead and redo a YouTube page, I guess, and start filming some stuff live out there, because I'm just not getting the help I need in here and with people, and I'm just going to get out because I was so worried about putting things up. I didn't want people to see things until I start doing my shows, you know what I mean, and filming with that, and that's just stupid. I need to. It's about learning and teaching, and so yeah, I'll let you know. Wow, what is that shadow?
That is a shadow Bigfoot with an entity right there. This is, and there's a different image. I can't remember the other one is. All right there. That's a different. So is that one right there? And that one. So it's the same. So what it is, me and Brown Dwarf went over this one. I said this is like the shadow of what you might would probably be of a Bigfoot or something equivalent to it. This is its arm, its elbow going around, and then his other arm, and then there's a smaller entity next to it, possibly a juvenile Bigfoot, along with an adult Bigfoot. But it's another example of how they they start out. Well, I don't know how to say it to start out. Anyway, that's the adult Bigfoot's head, but he's noticed is very energetic and like a shadow. Here's his head. We didn't really go over his head, but you can see his head right there. Can you guys see the head?
I do. The
nose, the eyes, mouth. And then this is one of his arms. This is his hands. There's actually another hand right here. And then there's a young one. I believe it's at least one young one. It could be two. The damn thing about these things is it takes because they vibrate so fast, and they are hairy, and they're like, it's very erratic. You know what I mean? It's just like the branches themselves and the trees. It's very chaotic. That's the word. So, but if you pay attention, you can tell that once again, it's something manifesting. I filmed that.
What's really neat?
I filmed a shitload of stuff the past week. I honestly, since Thursday, I filmed more entities in those 3 days than I filmed probably the last year. I have no
what's
idea.
really neat though is when you have somebody come to your place or wherever you're at with the activity, like this guy I had here, the other place. He was a Christian, very, very strong Christian. And in the beginning, years ago, he would tell me, I would tell him about the ghosts and spirits, and he would go, no, that's not there. God wouldn't allow that, yada, yada, yada. Then as time went on and him being around me, he would say, I would say, do you see that? He would say, well, I seen something, or I hear something. Then it got to the point with this stuff here with the trees and the Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the big guy. He come up to the house, and I was telling him, I said, Jeff, we get these things where they do this whoop and the growls, yada, yada. Well, there was one there. And when he heard all this, he said, wow, you got a Sasquatch, and I hear it. He said, I would have never known what that stuff was until now. So when somebody hears our stuff, with you, that's confirmation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I work solo. I mean, there's my friend Eric goes with me once in a while, but we filmed stuff. We've seen some things, but we haven't really it's pretty much, it's been a weird journey for me, to be honest with you. By the way, hey, before we get, Mike, if you're still listening, thank you for joining. And Brown Dwarf, thank you as well for joining. It does mean a lot. And Jimmy, it means a lot to hear with me. And
thank you.
It's
it means a lot to me that you allow me to come on with you.
It's this is stuff that's not. I think the average person is. I don't know if they're ready for it or not, but it seems to me that they need to become ready for it.
Yeah. I remember when I first met you, and you was a strong.
I mean, that's a
Christian.
really good image. If you really pay attention.
Oh, it is.
It's a
It is.
fucking good image.
I remember when you were getting them in the beginning, and you didn't know what to think. You know. I remember that.
I thought they were all demons back
You did.
then.
And when I did your show, I was nervous as shit. 'Cause I thought, oh my God, this guy's going to kill me on here.
Yeah, so they're all Nephilim and demons, and of course, turns out that not much. It's actually an impossibility. There could be Nephilim, and
Right.
they're not doing anything to anybody
No.
for the most part. And when they do, they might scare the crap out of somebody. But I'm sure there's a logical reason for it, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Maybe it's simply the creator uses them to wake people up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
What part of Ohio you live in?
I live Northwest Ohio. I live basically right on the border of Michigan.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
if I had a healthy arm, I could throw a baseball and across the line.
I'm trying to see how, because I lived in Elkhart, Indiana for a while, and then up in Michigan. But I was trying to see how long it would take to get to the border. You're like up on the corner.
That was my last trip west on Norfolk Southern Railroad was in Elkhart, Indiana.
Really?
A year later, I was diagnosed with MS.
Oh,
I couldn't do it anymore. So it was.
My friend's daughter has MS. So,
well, I tell you one thing: if the MS didn't happen, I never would have searched for God, and I guarantee you, you and I wouldn't be looking at this image right now.
Right. Do you have to use help to walk and stuff yet, or?
Yeah, I do. I'm at that stage, which is even more. When you think about it, I mean, I have to use a walker or a wheelchair or drive.
Do you really?
And I'm still filming this stuff, so it does say
I was
something.
just getting ready to say, how the hell you get in that damn wheelchair around in them woods?
Well, there is a car and there's a walker, and I learned that
they come on the edge of the woods.
It's the edge of the woods. That's where you get all the good images.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All the good images are just on the edge of the woods. It's really that simple. And I guess maybe it's because they don't. I don't even think, honestly, I don't think they even focus on me. I think that for the most, I mean, there are entities and spirits that are focusing on me, obviously.
They are.
But for the most part, like this image, because like there's a Bigfoot right here, tree peeping, and then we got the big guy right here. It is a Bigfoot. You can the nose and everything. Then there's little Junior right here. And then there might be another one right here. I don't think they even give a crap that I even exist. I think I just caught them. I caught them because and another difference is me and anybody else is I pointed my camera at that direction at that moment at that time. That's it.
Right.
And if there was other people doing the same thing, they would be getting this similar results. I truly believe that. Now, on top of that, I also think that some of us are meant to, or we're meant to do this. It's not about making a career. It's not about money. It's not about ego. It's part of the life script and a plan that was prepared long before we popped out of our mama's. You know what I mean?
Hey, did you see this thing you got in your picture here? You got this guy. Let's see, come straight over with your cursor. Keep coming. More. One more. Right there. Go back. Between the two, right there. You see him? He's peeking out at you. You see his white head right there? Yes.
Yeah. You got good eyes.
That's a very interesting one.
You got good eyes.
He's on the ground. Well, I'm like you. I've been looking at these for years. He's wow.
They're actually quite high too. I wish I had the.
Wow.
Do I have the? Oh, that's a different one right there. That's a different one. I can't. Where is this? Is this one? It's got to be one. I don't feel like going through there and looking for it, but it's got to be.
That, you're fine, man. Get some rest.
But that's I mean, this is actually a gift. I'm glad I went back to this because I didn't realize how good of an image it is.
Right.
There's one right here, and damn, there's that stamp, time stamps right there. There's something right there, but that one's, you can see that is a classic Bigfoot face. The eyes, the nose, the teeth, the lower teeth.
Yep.
That's a classic Bigfoot face. And this is a little junior. And it looks like there's another guy.
There's quite a bit in that one, isn't there?
But what's fascinating about it too, once again, it is in a tree. It's materializing. It's not fully developed, so you can't see all of it. Look at that face. Look at that one right there. I thought it was his hand. Is that his hand or is that a face? I can't make him. I said his fingernails. I think that might be his finger. That's his fingernails. There's 1 nail, 2 nails, 3 nails, 4 nails.
Oh, okay.
And so, yeah, I mean, it's the differences. I'm pointing my camera up, and I think that it was meant to do it. I think the creator and the beings that be had, if I had my way, Jimmy, I have a hot looking woman. We both would have our Harleys. I'd be making love to that woman at least 2 or 3 times a week. We'd be doing stuff. I'd be making pretty little babies, and I'd be living my life. That's what my dream was. My dream was never in a million years to film a Bigfoot.
Right. I know exactly what you mean with that. Yo,
and never in a million years. And so, damn, is that in his hand too? Now,
Dwarf, does he play music or something?
He works at a shop. Him and his brother, I think, got a shop. If I got it right. I haven't really focused too much on his personal life. I know he does stuff once in a while with him and his brother. They got a shop. And I don't know what else he does, man. I don't know.
Might not be,
I know one thing. He is a networker, and he's the one dude everyone in the Bigfoot community knows. Everybody knows. Really? Seriously, and everybody likes him because he's the nicest guy there ever was. So
is he a dwarf? Is he really a dwarf?
No, I don't think so. He might be. I don't think so. I don't know what I don't know. I never asked him.
That's what I was wondering. Could he use that brown dwarf? So I thought maybe he was.
He doesn't look that short, but maybe he is. Who cares?
Well, I can't tell by the way we're looking on
but
here.
I would tell you one thing: it would be apropos, and it would be something that the creator would do. He would have dwarf, an African American dwarf, to be one of his messengers to reveal the truth, because as the old saying goes in the Bible, they uses the simple to confound the wise. And although I'm not saying that brown dwarf is a simple human being, but knowing how human beings perceive other human beings, let's be honest, literally and figuratively, the world looks down on them. So it'd be perfect example. It's probably like he chose me to, crushed me with MS and destroyed and took everything away from me, except for my son. And it's all good, by the way. It's all good. And put me in a position that I could go out and film for a couple of hours this place or that place, come back home, spend the next day or two, and offer that up to people and offer up the truth to people about what's going on, because obviously it needs to be told.
Sure.
And whether anybody listens, that's if it's the usual, 1 out of 1,000 is going to listen to the truth and handle it. The rest of the people are going to just be, their heads are going to be racing too much. Damn, there's another. So this guy right here, I've been trying to figure out what is that. I think that pole, that tree right there.
Yeah.
He's holding that stripped down tree. Like there's his hands.
Huh.
You see him as fed?
Yeah, I do.
Because they're never alone. And by the way,
No.
it is a pretty damn clear image for some of the, I mean, but what's up with the tree peeping? Why can't they just? I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised. I see one again soon. That's usually what happens. So when you start focusing, then they're going to show up when I least expect it.
Right.
And it scared the living crap out of me. And I just hope this time they don't scare the living crap out of me. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I know one thing. I shouldn't be surprised when I see them. I mean, I don't know how you feel about it when you. I mean, how many encounters and sightings have you had?
Oh my God! All on our property. It went on for 2 years. I think it was 2 years. Like constantly, almost every day, I was getting stuff. They would come up and hit the house, bang on the roof. The house went into the ground, so you could, in the front you couldn't reach the roof, but in the back you could. And he came up and hit the roof twice so hard the whole house shook at 8 o'clock in the morning. And me and Liz were up, but we were sitting in bed. And oh my God, we got so much stuff. Even Liz was getting stuff when she would be outside. They were there would be like littler ones mocking our dog and barking over in the across the pond. Sometimes they took the deer trail, and put trees all in front of it and detoured them to where they wanted them to go. I've heard them kill the deer. I mean, they have showed me so much shit, and even Liz has seen a lot of different things. But they have shown me so much that I'm going to get it written up, because how else will people want to learn? So you learn from one guy that goes in the woods all the time, to one person that sees them all the time, to that lady, she used to deal with them. So I don't believe they came and got a stick of butter, but.
So what did you do? You said it lasted for 2 years. What stopped? What caused it to stop?
It didn't really stop per se, but I think what it was, when I first started seeing them, they had young ones. And they even had some that I seen that were even smaller. And I mean, I've heard them hit their chest at 6 o'clock in the morning, right damn near next to me behind a tree, by my motorcycles. And I mean, it was like a whole family was there. It was really unique. And then I think what it was is, as the younger ones grew more, I think then they ventured up to Pinchot, and they go up to Round Top. They weren't gone, because they still would come back through, but they were living in them woods though for them 2 years though. They were living in them woods, and we had X's. There's one X up there that's so freaking big that only a humongous 10-foot Sasquatch could do it. You know what I mean? And then it was just a lot. And matter of fact, when Searching for Bigfoot came there, okay, them jackasses, they're like he's like the grandfather of Bigfoot, Biscardi, whatever his name is. And so they come out there and they're filming, They go visit people that have had experiences and stuff, and they claim that they go out and do this and do that, but they don't. And the only thing they're doing is taking down people's experiences, making a video and selling it, you know. And they came out there, and I went out and I had this iPad right here, and we put on a heat sink thing on thermal imaging. And the guy's son, the owner's son of the business, was out there demonstrating how fake the Bigfoot situation was from the 60s. You know, that famous Bigfoot sighting in the 60s?
Right.
Okay, he was acting like this is fake. They made a video that was fake. As he's doing this, some of his people that work for them were with me with this. Next thing you know, there was one in the woods from him, towering over him, walking, plain as fucking day, plain as day. The guys, his workers, they're hollering at him. Hey, he's right behind you. He's right behind you. And he didn't give a shit. He never gave a shit. And when I used to do their radio shows and stuff, like when I was showing pictures, he'd go, oh, what is it, a ghost? Well, no, dipshit. I think it's Sasquatch. Or he would say, well, I didn't see no anything that showed they were there. Well, you didn't go in anywhere to go look for them, you know? Yeah. You didn't do anything. They just sat there and ate our food for 2 days. You know? That was awful.
Talked the good big talk and didn't do anything else.
Yeah. So. Yeah, he wanted us to call the news and let them know we're coming. So I did. They like, we don't give a shit. They already filmed them once and didn't want them back. Yeah, I can't stand them. I think I know more about Bigfoot than he ever will know. And that's
Jimmy, do you want to do another hour of this?
I don't know if I can handle it.
Yeah, I'm really tired myself. I'm just gonna. I think I'm gonna close it out here because I'm like phasing out. So it's been 5 hours. It's been a very intense 5 hours. And I'm looking at this image and I'm like, son of a gun, I filmed at least 3 of them.
Yeah, that's a good image through there.
And it's very revealing of the truth of how it works.
It really is.
Anyways, Jimmy, hopefully we'll talk soon more and maybe later on this week. I know I'll probably try to do this Thursday night.
Okay.
And then I have my son this weekend, so I'm not going to be focusing too much on this.
All right.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I'll look for you Thursday night then when I get off work.
Yeah, I can't believe what a good image of that is.
It is.
You see hands
when you take that one, you just took that one, didn't you?
The date's right there in front of you.
Yeah.
It's the 7th.
No shit. Are you using your phone for these?
No, I use my P900.
P900. Which one's that?
It's a phone. It's a camera.
Like a Sony or?
It's Nikon.
Oh, okay.
Nikon P900 and the P1000. So.
Okay.
And they got great magnification and the film the stars and the planets. That's how good it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I can film the moons of Saturn with that camera, and the P1000 his magnification is even greater. I think
is it really?
It's like drastically greater, they say. So I wish I had a P1000 Max, to be honest with you. But you can get these things refurbished or used basically for a few $100 now. It used to be over $1,000. So.
Well, they redid the software on my phone, and I'm going to show you. I did a picture of the moon. As soon as I find the stupid thing, and here it is. This is from my phone. Whoops! Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, it's nice.
That's crazy.
That's really good. That's really good.
The technology is amazing, and I do when I do pictures, I do different things, and I use the where I freeze the image for a little bit, so when something walks in front of it, it actually captures it. Or I'll take a light. I'll use night mode on the camera, I'll take a light kind of off center a little bit and film this way, and I can capture them pretty good in there with that.
What?
Really? Yeah. I have to show you. And
you got to teach the boys that are doing all this night and like MT Paranormal Mike, the guy who's with us. They're always out in the night doing their night research, right?
Right. I used
you should have been around to hear that.
Canon, but you have to put it on a tripod, and so I put this on a tripod, and I do an open lens. So I push it, and the lens opens and stays open for a few seconds.
That's funny, Diesel.
So,
that's very funny. Hey, let's end the show, and it was great talking to you, Jimmy. Thank you so much for joining, and anybody else that hears this or still around, thanks. Yeah, Bigfoot with one eye. Anyways, let's end it with some music.
Have a good night, bro.
Yeah, same to you, man.
All right, bye-bye.
Let's see.